All right, Jeremy, you're being recorded, so don't say anything bad about Chuck.
All right.
Morning.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good. You doing good, Mountain Man? Those logs went out in the mail yesterday, so I'll give you the tracking info. You should have them by Wednesday.
Awesome. That sounds good to me.
All right,
Hope
buddy. Appreciate your help.
anytime, Chuck. Anytime. You too, man. I'm glad Ken's showing you what's up with this because
Hey,
it's
he
like a
he's a
lot.
master. And when everybody said 5 minutes, I'm telling you right now, there's no way that I could do this even in 2 hours.
I know.
Even I can't do this in 2 hours. I mean,
I mean, wow.
all
And
Yeah,
right.
Ken is the master. I got to say, what a great instructor.
yeah.
And I'm glad we're recording the videos because anybody can watch the video now and not have to try to take notes.
Yeah. Be quicker to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So now, let's see here. Get a second session going there. All right. So here's the ones that they have in their construction plans in the PDFs. Okay, Jeremy, can you see this?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So these are the ones they have the cross slopes labeled of the pavement. But do you see this white looking pavement cross section? So they have the road that comes up here and it breaks right here at this corner and starts heading down. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're showing that as an existing condition. And it has at the end of it, I don't know what, but here, this line, see, that's the fill off the side of the road. Okay. But it's not coming off this old road. It's still coming off this new road, but there's also this fill line. Okay. So it's like they did the fill once and they changed their mind. They went back and they did the fill again. So they've got a shoulder fill over here. And they got a little something on this end. All right. So that all ties. Now, if you look at the one, the other one, see, here's the other one. Same station. They've got one right-of-way line here at 40 feet offset and a right-of-way line at 50 feet offset. And now here they're showing that as an existing, and they're reconstructing it to this yellow. So they're taking that yellow out. Now it comes down grade, hits a different slope. Slopes are not labeled. Elevation is a tenth different, and there's a guide rail. And this is this is marked pointing to this ditch. Okay. Now back to the one that they do have in their plans. Again, 42 plus 00. Here's your 40-foot legal right of way. Here's your 50-foot legal right of way. But they've also got one here and here. So at like 25 feet and 52 feet or 1 foot, something. I have, so yeah, so what's going on? Their cross sections are bullshit, is what it's amounting to. And if that's what they turned in now, let's see. While we are,
Yeah, you'll have to navigate the P.
yeah, all right, wait a minute. I don't need that. This one is here. That's the Dewberry one. All right, so here we go. And there's one. All right, so if you look at their cross sections,
I'll bring it across.
yeah. All right, so they've got, let's see, that's 478, and we're going to be on,
482.
which is, that's 80, right there it is. Okay, so there's their sheet. And you can see this is what they turned in. And that matches, you see they got that double right of way line for whatever reason.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you want to go with this one?
Going which one?
You want to look at that now?
Well, that's what they've used in their construction plans, and that's this one. Now I've turned the grids off, okay. But it's also 1 inch equals 10 feet instead of 1 inch equals 5 feet like the I-81 ones. And yet this one, which is the one, or I'm sorry, the other one, which is the one that's non-EMB, this one is set up as 1 inch equals 5 feet, and they're every 50-foot stations. The other one's every 10 feet, or 1 inch equals 10 feet, and they're every 20-foot stations. Now, it doesn't matter the scaling, we can make ours 1 to 5 unless we need to match exactly what their sheets are. And they've got, 5 of them on a page, and we're going to have 1 on a page,
Yeah.
whatever.
Did you look at the other sections? Do we have the same issue with the other sections?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We just need to pick a set of sections to go with, and we'll just go with them.
Yeah.
Like,
And I don't know, and I would recommend that we call them and ask them, but well, I may not want to do that. Tariq may not want to do that. They may want to say for us to just figure it out and let them comment on it. Well, okay, that's just going to delay everything. But anyway, that's the one problem. Now, all right. So here's what I'm going to do about that one problem is I'm just going to use the ones that they have in their construction plans. So they've got two right-of-way lines, right and left. Now, that is, if we go back to, hang on a second. All right, so if we go to our file, oh crap, damn it, I did that again. All right.
Running slow this morning.
Yeah. It's the heat out there.
For sure.
Although it's nice and mild here today.
Looks like it wants to rain here.
Yeah, same. In fact, we're getting ready. We're heading down to the lake house Wednesday night,
Oh,
and
nice.
we didn't have a chance to mow the grass. We won't have a chance to mow the grass for tonight or tomorrow
Right.
here, but we do need to do it. And so my wife was up working on mowing the grass this morning before she went to work. That's part of why I wasn't ready. I had to call you guys back and to finish all that up with her. So I had to get all that done. So that's done.
Need to get mine done too. It's getting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jeremy, you're starting to look kind of a little ragged looking, so.
I got to get mine done because I go on vacation Thursday to family reunion in Detroit. So I'll be gone for a week.
Oh, Detroit. Did you grow up there?
No, I grew up in Iowa. This is my wife's reunion. They have it every year.
Ah,
Last year we held it here. 65 people came to here in Harrisburg, and now this year it's in Detroit. So
wow.
yeah, they
Wow.
try to have a different place. Each person takes
Yeah,
over.
sure.
Yeah, we
Sure.
go to different places. So and then the year before that it was in Arkansas. So yeah,
Wow, you get to see the country. All
yeah,
right.
for sure.
Okay, now. All right, so we're talking about which stick is this that we're doing at 482? Let's see. There's 486. That must be 4. No, it's not 4. 3. There it is, 3. All right, so let's turn these levels off. There we go. All right, so there's our section. And they've got a right-of-way line at $40, $25, $15, $52. Now, can we tell anything from this? There's 482. So 25 and 40. Is it hitting here, then here? I don't think so. And then here, and then here. Maybe
That's why they're showing 2, Ken, at 482 on the right. You have
It-
2 different
it
ones.
could be.
It is for sure. So right there to your
Well, I see 2 on the I see 2 on the left, but I don't see 2 on the right.
there's 2 different ones on the right.
Well, there's the legal right of way. There's this one.
There's an inside corner and an outside corner. So at that 482, it just happened. They're just showing you that there's a change going on there. So
Well, I mean, well, here's what I was trying to figure.
it should come out. It should come out to the scale on the section.
Yeah, see, so if I'm going from here, oh crap.
Well, that's the right side.
Let me hang on. Let's see. All right, so our section is this way. So if I go from here, now I would believe I would believe that one, right?
It's left. So yeah, that's your
Yeah.
52.
That's your 1552. But when you go this way, now that one right there, there's your it's hang on a second. Let me go to the mark.
Second, Ken.
Yeah.
There is a link to it. This guy, 17.
I thought maybe you guys have a meeting back there. I want to help you guys get that in there.
All right, so what we've got, let's go to where I can get the actual measurements here. So now 42.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm getting a call myself. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Hey, and we did take care of the northing and easting, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we analyze this distance from here, wait a minute, let me draw this thing first. From here. All right, let's set this up something crazy. We'll make it green. We'll make it 4. Well, what's wrong with that? It looks very transparent. Oh, I see what it was. It was still being selected. All right. I think is why. Maybe this is still, no. All right. So we're going to go out here. Oh, I see. It's that corner versus that corner. And then it's,
Yeah, like an inside outside. Ken, what lake did you say you're on? Let me drag it across. Hold on. Kenny, you there? Can't hear you. Ken. Ken, can you hear me? Ken. Excuse me.
Okay, now,
All right, now I can hear you.
oh,
Yeah, I couldn't hear you the whole time, and then when you said you sent me a chat, you were using the mouse. I couldn't grab it out of your hand.
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the whole thing, so I don't know what was said.
Oh, okay. Well, we got it like this last sheet on the I-81 thing.
Mm-hmm.
These are not the same drill holes, the same borings. The the foundation borings are the deep ones. These are probably just pavement borings.
Okay.
They're shown, but they're not shown on the profiles.
Right.
We do, however, have uh everywhere that we have, and I'm gonna leave these two files. These are the PDFs. So I'm gonna leave these PDFs showing. Now this is see, they're showing the profile.
Mm-hmm.
This is I-81. We did all of the same profiles that they did, but some profile drawings they had, and when I say they, I mean AWK takes, we basically duplicated the profile sheets out of the entire set of profile drawings.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a stick on it, we showed a stick. Like here's one, there's no stick. There's two sticks on this one. There's nothing there. There's two on this one. So you see, so we're going to need to show all the same profiles if we're following that same logic.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got some of this up front set of title sheets and such to show. But if we're following the same logic, and we do for the plan, because I've got this plan sheet shown and there's no borings on it. So we 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got one, and that's 118 should be 3. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then the side streets. And these should be, I think we're good. There's Meeker and Market,
Mm-hmm. Mountain
Mountain
View
View
Firehouse.
Firehouse, and then 1049 an existing mill. Okay, so we'll have all of those same streets, the same profiles. We'll make sure they're in the same order as them. But also, and he gave us some slightly incorrect direction the first time out, is that these, see, he said only put the tables on
Mm-hmm.
if it's on the main line.
Right.
What he should have said is if it has chemical analysis, the table goes on the sheet. Okay.
Okay.
So in this case, we'll need to, copy these tables back up and bring the data over like we did the other day for all of these ones. So we've got everything for B1 through B9, and there's B3. Then we've got 6, 7, and 7, and 9. So we'll need to pick up, 1, 2, and 4 up here. And again, 3 is the only one that's there. So yeah, so we'll need to add, we got one, what do we have? We have 6 profile sheets. We've got 3 of them with the tables on. So we'll need to fix 3 profile sheets with the tables.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the cross sections, when we build those, they also go on the cross section sheets. Okay. And again, in which case, again, we're just going to be copying and pasting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this we can copy from here over to, copy it up to here, but then we're going to have to change or copy it up to here, but we're going to have to go back to the table and grab it. We also found that this one that we had the one that was mismarked from, then we got that figured out. The table actually had it in. What happened is that we miscopied the table
Okay.
or mismoved the text over is what wound up happening. So let's see. Or not mismoved the text. We mismoved this label. We had not got that one done. All right. So that puts that there. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'll pause the recording for just a little bit here.
Mhm.
I'm going to let you on your own do this. You're going to take a window there and you're going to copy, while we're right here, and you're going to copy from that same point of reference, one up here, one down here, one down here. And for the ones that's more than one, you'll just double it up or get rid of the extra, whatever, whichever you need to do. And then you're going to go back to that other file, which I would recommend, instead of opening and closing these files back and forth and back and forth, I would recommend doing it this way, where it will be, if I get on the right file, there we go. Yeah, it'd be this one. I'll go ahead and get it open for you here. Open with. Oh, shoot. Well, let that happen. I want to show you one more thing first in doing this as an alternate way of doing this, because again, it's good teachable stuff.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to close that back off, even though that's where we're going for the source material. We're going to that file. So, but another way to do this would be this. In our file, let's just go up here and we'll do it here off to the side or up to the front. And again, we'll copy this over. So, but we're going to, just for the nonce, I'm going to go to here to the attachments. And I'm going to attach that file. That was the table here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's table 1, table 2, but we had the 9's already done. B9.
9's already done. We won't need
Yeah,
it. So
yeah.
I'm going to attach. I said sorry because I forgot to change this.
Incident.
Apparently it stays coincident world as a default on the first time doing it. I don't know. Show relative path. Okay, there we go. Now reference, interactive, table, top, and I think it was 1 inch. It was a foot. I don't know. Try that. We'll have to scale it, I'm sure. So now the center point. Oops. All right, we'll put it right there. All right, so there it is. We'll change the text sizes and matches and all that kind of stuff. Now, but it's in here as a reference file. Now,
Okay.
do you know from your SS2 days, do you know that from that reference, there's 2 ways to get this data into your drawing. You can either select, what it is that you want. Let's say we can get, only just a certain amount of it,
Mm-hmm.
and you can do a copy. If you do a copy and you can take it from there and you can put it right to the same place or put it over here if you want, doesn't matter. Now, this, if you see the pop-up, it is a line that says reference, top view of SR118 lab testing table. So that's the reference file it lives in.
Mm-hmm.
But because I copied it here, it's right here in my drawing. That's the easiest way of doing that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You just copy it straight into yours. Okay. Or you can also, because right here it is, we've got the whole file selected. And if I want the whole file, you can just select it in your list, right click it and choose merge into master.
Okay.
So when you do that, it's the same as if you selected everything and copied it. Okay. And then it says down here, you think something's happened, but look at your prompt. It says select the view for merge. So I'm going to select that. So you've selected one reference to merge into this current design model. Okay, so there it is. Now you notice it goes away from our list
Mm-hmm.
because it has been merged. And right up here, you see it is, again, individual things. It's all on level 0. Let's see what level did these all stay. This is on level test text. And it's test text. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to set this. I'm going to change the level. I'm going to grab that as my source. So my test text. And then I'm going to just grab all of this, change its level. That way I can turn that on and off later if I ever need to. Okay. So now here's your data individually. So copy this stuff up. And in this case, going up to here, you're going to need.
Can we take the one that already has 3, 6, 7, and 7 and copy
Yes,
up here?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're going to need B1, B2, and
B4.
B4, but I'm not going to put B1 and 2 here and B4 over here. I'm going
No,
to put,
can we just use that one whole three
Yes.
line table?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're going to still stack them vertically. We're not
Yeah.
going to try to split them horizontally.
Right. Yeah.
But do that for each of those missing sheets. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll pause the recording and let you work on that. And I'm going to, actually, I've got to take care of a couple of phone
Okay.
calls. But I'll still keep looking over your shoulder. If you got anything, just yell out. But I may step away from the
That's
desk
fine.
for just a minute. All right.
Yep.
All right. So let me relinquish control here. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to stop my remote control,
Okay.
and you can. And in fact, I'll even stop the share.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, if you do run into a question, you want me to take a look at something, you can go back and reshare it.
Okay. All right.
So, but just, yeah, and I'll keep it listening. I'm going to go ahead and pause.
Okay.
Oops. La record. Okay. So we have up here 1, 2, and 4. And now I'm not going to go back and double check all these. I assume you've copied them from the right ones to the right ones.
Well, I double checked them, so I'm going to say 99.9% yes, because I put them in and then I went back and looked at the form and redid them to make sure that I didn't miss anything. So I did it twice.
There we go. Perfect. All right. And we didn't have any unit weights on any of them.
No, he was gonna get us that, Jeremy, when we talked to him. Remember those two things we didn't have.
Yeah. But if we don't have it, we've got blanks indicated in all of them. So that's good.
Right.
So he's going to look at those. And you're there on all of them. Good job. And you know what? We can just leave these up here just in case we ever need to go back to them. That way we don't have to keep opening that other file. Okay. So these profiles basically are ready to plot, I think, except for the sheet numbers and all that. So we'll work on that. But let's get the cross sections done next. So open up that email just so we see the stations. I think I remember them. It's 482 balls and then 488 balls and 492 balls. Balls
Yep.
everywhere.
Yep. 482, 488, 492.
Okie doke. 82, 88, and 92. All right, so we need to find those particular ones, and we've got the ones started. So let's put this file aside
Okay.
and we'll open up the old cross-section sheets. And this is the
482 balls.
42, and we'll have that. Let's find it. Oops. Because I think they're all represented here. So there's 482. What was the other one? 488. All right, so the top one of this one, the top one of that one. Wouldn't it be neat if it worked out, of course?
Yeah.
And it's the,
Well, that's why I thought if we could put, take those sections and put them on one sheet, but they probably won't fit because there's,
well, there's only 3. Probably would. All right, so that's going to be, it's 2, 2, and 3 are the ones that we're going to need. So let's do this. We will, what's this up here? Is
I
that
don't know. Looks like
nothing that we did, right? That's just theirs. Okay. So let's see, what was
maybe that was their sample that they were using. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably right. So we've got slopes. All right, we do have, all right. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a fence and we're going to make it by a shape. And we're going to go to yeah, we don't need that. So let's go from 2 to 2. Down to 3. And then we'll bound that, and that will
Give you just those 3.
boundary. Fence, but all right, well, let's just do this. I'm going to place a smart line. We'll just use that as a boundary. So back to, so instead of using the fence, we're going to use the element, and we'll just use that as the element. So there's now our 3 main sheets, and we really only need the top, and
492. 492 balls.
yeah, so we need top, and middle. So now I wonder if If I do this, does it? Yes, it does. Okay, so we're going to modify this element. We'll take it up. To right there. On that one, we'll add a point right there. And we'll add another point here. Let's see. Let's add a point there, and let's keep it on the line. Then we'll go just to the right of it and we'll add another point and put it back over here for O, A, come down a little bit, and then we'll adjust that. So let's take this and bring it down. V, O, A. Let's see. O. That menu keeps popping up. O. There we go. A. V for view. How about RV for rotate to view? Let's see here. Yeah, we'll have to get rid of that little thing there that bleeds up into it. All right, let's rotate to the element. There we go. We do it that way. We'll take this across to here now. And this one we need the middle, so I'm going to bring this across. Keeping everything square. Now, let us modify this element. Come down to here. And up to here. And we'll need to go back and get that. Well, we got a baseline up there to copy from. Okay, good. So now let's bring this up. I don't want to do that. I want to do it like this. There we go. Lock it. And I want to get right up to be underneath there. So like I say, we'll have to
Get rid of the writing.
Yeah, but what I'm what I'm going to do there, excuse me, I'm going to go into this because I want to leave that file as intact as I can, and I'm going to take this and move him off of that line down like so, and take this down like so. And we'll do the same thing with this. We'll take this guy down. Oh, it's a whole cell. Okie doke. Fine. Let's see. That way I can do that and place a fence. And then manipulate fence contents by stretch. From there, bring it down like that. Now displace that clear. Okay, that should work then. We'll save. Actually, we're going to select all. And we're going to turn this guy on. For color, style, and weight, everything to be by level. And we'll change the colors here in just a minute. All right, and badunk, badunk. And okie doke. Now, save those settings and back to our file. If you'll take me back to the left.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so those are the things that we're going to be using in our particular file. So I need to do this one. Let me just get it up off that word there. No stray words. Now, see, we've got that little line that sticks down.
Mm-hmm.
That's all well and good. We can fix all that because we're not going to use, this stuff and this stuff
Right.
up. We're just going to be taking these things, and I'm probably will be copying those. That's a curse that you've got to deal with. If you're going to be an engineer, you've got that anal retentive gene that's got a square. And I would scoot that up to the edge, but I'm not that far going. All right. So those are everything that we need for our stuff. Now let me see if we merge this in, oops, it's the right tool. I don't know the answer to this. If we merge this, does it honor the clip? That's what I'm going to say. So if I merge into master, in which case we've got it good to go. Perfect. So now we have just geometry. We can actually now get rid of this thing. We don't need it anymore. And we're going to trim off those lines. Then we got this. Oh, not that, just that one. Let's see if I delete that. Do I have the one underneath it? I do. I think that may just be, yeah, there we go. Nothing there. So we got this one.
Would that take out the top one?
There's two lines there.
Oh,
One's
okay.
superimposed over the other. Oh, I see. So that takes out the overall total frame, although there was still a line under it. So we do that. Oh, that got rid of that. So let's undo that. See how many I've got. I'm going to do a crossing selection. I'm going to look down here at the bottom. I see that's just one. So, okay, so this one, let's see what we got here. See, that's one, but it is two total. So if I take this guy out, makes that, what do we have here? At 2. But do we have only, we've got the 1. So let's take, oh no, that's what we want. Yeah. So if we, yeah, because we're going to take these offset texts. Well, first of all, let's get rid of this stuff. And that one's already clipped, but we don't have the offsets. We'll have to copy the offsets down. That's no problem. All right, so now we have here, what, 1, 1 and 1. Here they had, this one was different, but if I take this and delete it, we'll bring those guys down to line that up. We may have to move these up off of those elevations anyway, so we'll leave those and we'll just make them consistent. So this, we'll get rid of. I think if we get rid of that, we're still left good. We're left good. And we're left good, I think. Yep, there we go. So now we have everything we need. And I'm going to take this one and I'm going to copy it from this corner to this corner with an OA. And I'm going to come down, looks like 25. And I'll do the same thing with this. Oh, that was copied. I should have moved it instead of copied it. And then let's move this from this corner to OA. Now to go down, notice, see that how it locks in and you get that little marker?
Mm-hmm.
That's called indexing. And look at the numbers down at the bottom of the screen. It says 25.
Mm-hmm.
So it remembers the last one you used. So let's say if you're going to copy something 15 feet
Mm-hmm.
at a time. So if I say copy, I go from just any place, I'm going to be vertically, and I'm going to get that number. I'm going to just type 15, and I'm going to click. Now, when I move it down, it's going to stop every 15.
Okay, cool.
So we could have done, remember that thing where we built these,
Mm-hmm.
but I divided that into 10 units. I could have done that this way without having to set that divisor to 10.
Okay, that's cool.
All right. So all kinds of things to learn about. Now, we got to figure out, this is 1 inch. If I measure from here to here, it's 10 feet or 10 units on the ground. So that was 1 inch equals 10 feet. But we need that to be 5 because from here to here should be, oh, that's 25. And that was 1 to 5. So and these are every 5 feet. These are every 10 feet. So I really need to, I'm going to scale this whole thing up from, I think from 10 to 25. Is that right? What's our distance here? Also 10. is this, we say it's 1 to 25. If we make this 1 to 5, 1 inch equals 5 feet. Of course, the distance is still going to be the same. That's just an annotation. So that's 25. These are 10. So we want that to be from 10 to 25. So 2.5 times. So I'm going to go back to home and I'm going to scale all of this stuff. By the active scale, which is 25 divided by 10, which should be 2.5. There it is. And let's just put it like, say, right in there. So now when we measure, these distances should say 25, they do. And 25. Okay, so we're on the same scale as this, and it's going to be 1 inch equals 5 and 1 inch equals 5. Vertically and horizontally when we plot them. Okay, now we've got the annotation set to 1 inch equals 5 feet. But because it's 25 quote feet or 25 units across, that means there are 5-foot units across there. So there's your 1 inch equals 5 feet. So this is going to be plotted at our, when we put it into our sheets. We're going to bring that in at 5 scale. I think we're good. All right. So let's take our offset lines, our offset labels rather, and set these to be the same across. We'll get them up off this label. So we're going to now move those from here up this axis. And I think right in there should be fine. I look at my numbers on the Y and it's like 3.5, 3.5. Okay. So these offsets now down here want to move from here, from here vertically. So I'll lock the axis. I'm going to come here and say O to reset the origin, go to A. I'm going to go up 3.5. Did that work right? What is our distance here? I think I know what happened here. If I go there, lock the axis, and let's go to its insertion point. There's 6.3. All right, so just to get the same numbers, I'm going to say, whoops. All right. So we'll move from here, lock it vertically, go here, O to set the axis, the origin, go A, and now we're going to go up. What do we say?
6.3.
Yeah, but we're going to actually, I think, make it 6.5.
Okay.
Just 0 on the X, 6.5 on the Y. positive 6.5. So there we go. Now we're gonna take, oh crap, now I gotta pick them all, mostly, I gotta dance my way around those little other labels. We'll move those legal right-of-way markers down. Okay. There's a 0. All right, so we're gonna move those from here, lock the axis, go to here, say O, A, and come up 6.5.
6.5.
Click and done. And we'll copy those. So we'll select previous. And we'll just copy from that top corner to this top
Hello.
corner. Was that a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Now, I think what I'm going to do instead of moving these down, I'm going to just add this up another line
Okay.
for both of these. So let's take this one down. Go from here down 25. And we'll take this one down 25. And we're going to take these guys here. Oh, it just have to fall between. Okay, good. The same thing with these. Whoops. Crap. Did it keep it? Looks like it. Now I'll control and drag. And control and drag. Now I'm going to move those also up 25. So click and it'll index there. And I'm going to take this and this. And this, this, and this. And I'm going to copy that from, well, I believe it'll just be 25. And then we're going to extend all of those lines. So I'm going to take this, go to my trim and extend. I'm on extend. And if I just drag a line across, there they're done. Take this, extend, just drag a line across. They're done. And making sure I didn't clip one of the orange lines. Okay, we're good to go. So we now have everything sized the way it needs to be. We're going to move this other one down a bit. Let's see, what did we have that set to? Doesn't matter. 62.5. So just for consistency's sake,
Aesthetics.
we'll move from here up to here by O. A. Lock the axis and go 62.5. That was not right. Let's see. Analyze this distance from here to here. 62.5, and we missed it on that one for whatever reason. Let's see. If I select previous and move from here to here, O, A, go down the axis, 62.5, click, and done. Now, the same. Okay, so these are the sections upon, now, when we put our stick on here, if it sticks down below, we'll drop another line down here as well.
Okay.
So let's set up. Right now, these lines are going to stay major grid level 1. I think we'll leave those like they are. These are going to be level 1. They're okay like they are. These are weight of 3. So C, R, way, L, gal. So let's set that level. C, R, way, L, gal. We'll make 1. So they cleared those up. These are on C, annotate text level 2. So C, annotate text. I'm going to also make 1. Now I see what we have done here because we've got these were originally yellow. That's on C road. This is on, should be on V road, but it's on level 0. Okay, so let's see if we set 0 to be 128 dashed. All right, perfect. And did we get that for all of them? Yeah. All right, C road. Just so we can keep track here, we'll put that there, we'll make it a 2. I'm liking it so far. C NO text, or else you're gonna make that color 80. Those will be okay. Level 1, it'll be black, so that'll mark that, excuse me. And then finally, these guys are on C topo fill, which again is going to be make them a little thicker. And let's set their line style instead of that to be, whoops. Yeah, we'll set it to be a 0. Let's see what the guide rail is on. Level 1. Let's make those 2s. So we'll uncheck this. Now I'm having to do it this way because it's going to set the whole cell. So we'll just find all of these guide rails. There's none up there. Okay, so far so good. Let's make these, which is on cross-section axis title. So our cross-section axis title will make 2. And finally, this guy which is cross-section grid BL text. That's frame. So if we select cross-section, what did we say it was? Let's say cross-section grid BL text. That's baseline text, I think. So if we XCS grid BL text, X not X, so it's XCX grid BL text. There we go. And let's right click display set just to verify that it's only those couple of ones. That's fine. Display set clear. And by the way, that's how you isolate a layer or a level or even just an element. So let's say you're working around on something and you got a bunch of stuff that's in the way. If you want this and this line and say this piece of text, and maybe that line and that text. All right, that's all you want to have visible because there's too much other stuff going on. You
Mhm.
select what you want visible. You can right click and choose display set. And that turns everything else is no longer displayed.
Okay.
Okay, because now
Right.
you've got a display set. Now, are you familiar with that?
No.
Okay. So, and now that's a control under your view attributes. If you turn this off, but back on. So once you have a display set, it stays there. Now let's say I got this, oh, you know what? I want that other bottom line and the fill line also. So you would keep your display set, and then you would go back and turn this off temporarily, and you'd say, all right, I want to get this guy, and I want to get, and I forgot what I got in here. Let's just grab this and this and make sure these get added. Let's say I wanted all of this. Now, you want to add that into
You're set.
your set. Let's say maybe get one more here just to illustrate. So now on the view menu, right here is this little guy, and it's called, and there's a pull down. You can display set, add or remove. So I'm going to add that to my display set. It's now been added. And now when I go back and view my display set, see, now I've added those. And then you might say, oh, you know what? I didn't want that line. So take these two lines out, and I don't need that guide rail. And so now you pull this down, and remember it switches to whatever you've chosen. So we pull that down now and say display set remove,
Okay.
it
Nice.
comes in there. All right. And now, and anything though, that if you start, you add to it like this, I think that automatically gets added to your display set. We'll see, we'll turn it off and then we'll turn it back on. So yes, anything when you have a display set active and you're working on it, if you add something to the drawing, that gets added to that display set as
Okay.
part of just simply being added. Okay.
Cool.
So that's another nice little thing. Now, if you're through with your display set, you no longer need to keep it displayed. You can just right click and choose display set clear.
Okay.
And that's probably also available up here. What is that one? There's display set right there. And there's display set clear. So those two buttons do the same as your right click display set and display set clear. All right. So what was I? Oh, I did that for these BLs. Now that was that baseline excess grid BL text. So in our use excess grid BL text, we're going to make 2. There we go. And oh, I also want to make our grid lines, which is C exec grid major, C exec grid major. I'm gonna make that. Also, we'll fade them back a little bit. They're still keeping the thickness. So now when we build our sheet, we're going to, and we reference this stuff in, it will inherit all these settings. All we'll need to do at that point is for these purples and yellows and oranges, we're going to change the level color. Okay. So let's set our first sheet up. So we're going to go here. Now, the reason we kept this one was so that we could keep, except we didn't. We'll go back and grab the reference for the frame. So I need to see what that is. So I'm going to go back to here, not to there. I'm going to go back to here under working, and I'm going to open up the profile sheets because that's the same frame. We'll go, oh, shit, do that every damn time.
Sorry.
We'll just close that off. Now we'll right click and choose open with. We're getting into your lunch hour. We'll stop at 12:30 and take your lunch, and then we'll pick back up. And in the meantime, I'm going to be working on the title block. The cover sheet, because we've got miscellaneous sheets that we need to add,
Okay.
index and all that. And I'll get those set up. All right, so here we are, and let's go to the first one here now. If I can, once it's there. And if I look at this, now this is, let's see, that's all from it's all PennDOT road border 22 by 34. Now that's a second level drop down. It came from this right here. See, they're all in here referenced, but now that I know what the file name is, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to reference in directly, not 2 levels deep, but now just the 1 level deep. I'm going to reference in that PennDOT border. I probably could have figured this out with, yeah, there's a road border right there. If I do that, interactive, then I'm going to say the top. And that says PennDOT sheet border. Let's see. PennDOT sheet border. Copy that and paste it here. Do I need to change the description? I want to keep that as actually, I'm going to copy that one and put that here. All right, so top view. And I think, see, that's drawn at scale. So this is going to be 1 inch equals 25.
No nesting?
No nesting. And now because we're on a sheet model, we need to change this drawing boundary to none. Otherwise, I'm going to leave it on. I'm going to show you what happens when you get that.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, okay. Now it wants to know where to place it. Ooh, it's the wrong scale. Let's try this. Maybe I just need a 12. And sheet border or road border. Open that.
Interactive was okay for that one?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. All that does is it brings you to this. So I'm going to now put this here, paste that. And now instead of 1 inch equals 25, I think if 1 inch equals a foot, puts it at a 12 scale. So I think, yeah, there we go. Now you see it wants to know the center of the view. So
Mhm.
it's gonna be the center of that sheet. And I think that's snappable. If I take the center of this, there it is. So now that's right in place where it needs to go, lined up 0 to 0, everything's good to go. We had previously already attached his seal and his signature under the raster attachments, which is this guy right here.
Mhm.
You can see there it is. All right, and so now we'll come back to our reference side. So now we have the sheet border is attached right into this. And now at this stage, we will attach itself, but the default model.
Mhm.
So we're going to right click attach and we find itself. So we are in working, we're in a cross sections sheet, the default model now, not the top, and we'll call that one the, let's just call it from default model. You can call it anything you want. We'll copy that. Paste that there, and that's going to be one. Let's see, we're gonna set up, I think this is right. And I'm gonna say none for the boundary here, so it doesn't get one. And let's just put it here and see what do we have size-wise. Did I get this scaled correctly? If I measure from here to here, should be 1 inch. It is, okay. So that's 1 inch equals 5. So now we're going to move this from, let's choose the grade point here. This is the insert of that. We're going to go to the center of that. Okay, so there's where it's going to fit. So we're going to need to, because we're stretched a bit, we're going to need to go back to the model and pull these edges in so that we're not off the edge of our sheet. Because remember, they constructed their sheets at 1 inch equals 10.
Mhm.
We're going to be at 1 inch equals 5. So, and then of course we'll trim that off. So we're going to need to set our furthest outpost. Let's set it at 120 and 120. So we'll make the 120 because that gets everything, gets enough grid. So we'll go back to that here. And we're going to clip these guys at 120. So
Okay.
these two things are going to go away on each end. And then we're going to move those right edges over and the text of the station text. So we're going to take this stuff. Let me go ahead and grab all of it. Let me close this out of the way. So we're going to take all of this, and I think I'm just getting that one, that there's two lines there, so I'm getting the extra line off. All right, so now I'm going to add these labels. And I'm going to move them from this corner to this corner. All right, so I see this, I really should have gotten those heavier lines with it, but I didn't want to get I would have had 3 there otherwise. So now when I trim these, trim, and I'll just draw this line across those. Whoops. Oh, no, extend. So trim. And then we can delete. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So show me how to do that on this end now. Except these, see, there's no heavy line over here. We'll mirror these in just a minute. Okay, but show me how you're going to trim those guys off and move the axes up.
All right, so we're going to select them.
Yep,
First.
except I would, yeah, and now here, because we don't have to worry about this, because
The
we're
double.
gonna need to mirror these heavier lines.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of, see, we don't have them over here, so
Right.
don't want to do this when you grab your text, because you'll have that. So just grab and go all the way down and grab and
Just the
don't
note.
do-
Okay,
yeah,
not the numbers. Okay.
yeah, there you go. So zoom out and get all the text. And I would just draw a window all the way around it. You know, yeah, except go to the right. Now make sure you grab the text. All right, click that or let it up. You missed. You weren't far enough left. So go back and try it again. There we go. Keep going. Except we still may not be far enough left. Go ahead. See if it gets them. It doesn't. Let me see. There's something else I want to look at. I see there is a little bit of something.
Is it not connected?
No, it's connected, but there was just a little piece of a line. Probably just a point.
Huh.
All right, so, and
Yeah,
there's
it
nothing there.
Hmm.
So now here's one way you can do it. You can either do this, like start your zoom here, and you're going to click and start dragging, and then
Mhm.
keep the button down, take your middle finger and roll out, and then you can cross over here like this, and that'll get them
Okay.
all. The other way to do that is like this. If you set a fence, do it by the inside. Let's see, let's just do it by block. Now, this is the old way. People used to work with fences all the time.
Mhm.
You know, something we do. So now we've set the fence, okay?
Right.
And then you're going to zoom in on there, and you're going to come up here and you're going to say not manipulate, but modify the fence. So you're going to modify the vertex, and not its position, but its vertex. So you're going to say, take this thing here and you're going to slide it over. But you're zoomed in enough to now you know you won't get that
Right.
edge. So that's another way to do it. And then when you say move, you can say use fence.
Okay.
Okay, so that's another way of doing it. But like I said, the probably the easiest way is just when you start your selection, zoom in enough to where you're starting here,
And then
start your
scroll
drag,
down.
and then keep that button down, because if you let the drag up, it does that. So start to drag,
Okay.
keep that button held down, and take your middle finger and zoom out enough to grab the whole thing. Okay.
All right, let me try it. All right, so start.
There you go. And you're going to go all the way down, get all the text, but not that other line. There you go. Perfect.
Oops.
Yeah, no, it was just because you were hovering over it when you,
Oh, okay.
that was all. All right, so you're now selected. Now what do we do?
All right, now we're gonna move.
Yeah,
So we got to go to this thing.
yep. And now you can move from and to. So you're going to
So we're
go
gonna click it from here.
from, no. Use the grids. So yeah, so in relationship to that line, click.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, click.
Yep.
And now it's going to go in relation to the 120 line. So you're going
So
to come
here.
right, perfect. click, and be done. Now look
Okay.
at the other side, the right side. You see how elevation labels are just inside the offset label there at the top, just exactly like you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So now trim off those other lines. So
All
you,
right. So trim was.
it's that one, but you want to pre-select your edges first. It's easier. You don't have to. You can do the trim button. You gotta do the trim button first.
Trim multiple.
Yep. And now what you want to do is make sure on those that you're on, yeah, which particular mode you want. So we're going to
Okay.
be trimming, and we're going to trim to what line?
To
See,
this
it's
one here.
asking you to identify the cutting elements.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Here's the line we want to cut to.
that one. So click that one. Now, it says next, identify the elements to trim. But before you do that, it says in parentheses, you can control click to add additional cutting elements. So you're going to go down below. No, not that, but
No, but I'm saying yes. So hold
yeah,
the control and get this one,
correct,
and then go down and get this one.
correct.
Okay, and I got all three.
All right, now it says identify the elements to trim. So you're just going to click and drag a line down.
So just point here and then go straight down.
Yep, yep. And it doesn't have to be straight, just as long as it crosses them, that's fine. There you go. Now you see it also trimmed out. Remember this line here that was out also out there? See, it crossed that, so it trimmed it.
Okay.
Now you're gonna do what?
I'm gonna just get rid of these lines and do
Exactly
something like
right.
this and say
You're
delete.
right. And now let's mirror those heavy lines on the right.
Okay, so
So
do we
we're gonna
just
select, and I would just individually control click each of those.
well see, but you're gonna have to do this one too, or just
Yeah,
this?
yeah, no, get that one too.
Okay, so here.
Yeah, and there, and then get its little cross piece and get the others.
Yeah. This don't have one though.
That's all right. Well, wait a minute. Let's see.
So
Here's, let's do it this way.
okay.
That one
That one
also
don't have one either.
doesn't have it. So let's just take these off
Okay.
and we won't. There you go. Now you can just click the three.
All right, so this one, control this one, control that one.
Now this is mirror. If you're familiar with that, it's the little icon right there. You go right there, and you're going to click that. Now you're going to mirror about, and you pull that list down. You see, no, not about, no, not about
Okay.
that. So if you pull that down, you see you can either use vertical or horizontal or a specified line that you click and show it. But we're going to, it is vertical. So we're going to say about a vertical axis that, and we're going to make a copy.
Copy.
Okay. And now it asks you to, well, accept or reject the selection, but you need to point to where it's going to mirror about. So you need to go to the midpoint of the one of the horizontal lines in the grid. So no, that's a vertical line. You want to go over here. Yeah, get the midpoint of that of the bottom line. Right. Yeah, see how that little plus mark is showing up? Get closer, closer to it. Right there, click. And you see where the little preview showed you up. So what happened was when you do something like that, if you're going to mirror anything, let's say if we mirrored this text, and we'll just do the two. And if we mirrored that, and first of all, make sure you say copy, otherwise it takes it from here, moves it somewhere
Moves it, right, and then you lose it.
And now it says we're going to mirror about vertical. So I need to tell it where I want it to go. And if I want it to be exactly the same distance away, I would either
Go to the
find,
middle. Okay.
the endpoint if I know that's the midline, or I could just go to
Mhm.
the middle of that line.
Okay.
And you see the little preview, it shows you where it's going to go.
Right, right.
And then once you click that, it's done. And then you right click it. And done.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Now we've got one other little thing to do is we need to copy this BL, which indicates the baseline.
Three
And
pieces.
it looks like they've exploded. It's not even text anymore.
Right.
There is a symbol for that as text, but we'll just use theirs. So we're going to copy that. We need it from here to here. And because we want our baseline to be a little thicker, we're
Mhm.
just gonna copy these. From that endpoint to this
To
point
the
here.
middle.
So now you've got a baseline that's heavier, and then
Right.
there's two lines there, but that's okay.
Right.
All
They're
right,
not
so
going to see that when you plot it anyway.
yeah, so we're in good shape with this. We're gonna go here. We'll move this guy over just a little bit just to keep from being so spread out. So now we're all set up, ready to go back to this sheet. Now is going to be that, and we'll bound it, and we'll do and so now once we get this done, we're going to bind it. And so this one's going to be, we're going to name this one, what is it, 482? Let's say X,
Yeah. BA3 is 482,
X date
488,
40
492.
plus balls.
Yeah.
And we're going to call this one, instead of profile sheet, we'll call it a cross section sheet. Okay, and so now once we get that done, we'll copy it down.
And
and
create one for the 488, 492.
Yeah, change the name. All right. But we can do that. I told you we're going to go to lunch. It's it's a 1:45. So let's put a bookmark here.
Okay.
I'm going to pause our recording. All right. So I went to because they did not give us the
Title sheet.
cover sheet.
Mhm.
I went to the I-81 job,
Mhm.
and they did. Now, when we did that on the I-81 job, which was here, and they had this little location map and all that, which we don't have for this one. These are their construction plans, so they don't have it. So I've
Mhm.
taken this drawing, gotten all these numbers out and matched them into here, with the exception I did not change the font for the district number, but I did for the total pay, for the
Okay.
total paid
Sheets.
count and all of that. So I put this information is what I've now done in this stuff. So I filled all this stuff out
Okay.
based on what they had, all of this data down here. Okay, so that models, and again, the only source I had for this was their PDF. So I did that, but I took the old I-81 stuff. Now they did all of theirs in model space. So I put everything in model space. Wound up, like, see, this is yeah, it's a 3. So I'll put everything in model space, and it's basically at 1 inch equals 25 feet in the model. But what I'm going to do with that, because I'm going to do this properly, is I made this a sheet model. I'm going to then reference and merge in that default model so that it's now in the sheet where it's supposed to be. So I'm going
So,
to,
got a question.
yeah,
So you took a PDF and turned it into a DGN.
no,
Okay, I just want to make
I,
sure because I was like,
correct. Yeah, no, I took a PDF. This is Urban Engineers
and you
PDF.
just you recreated that whole thing then as a DGN.
Yes, but I started with I-81s. I had
Okay.
the DGNs.
Okay. So you edited it to make it look like.
Correct. So I changed
Okay.
everything to
Okay.
match this.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay. Cool. Yep.
that's what we have there. So now I'm going to attach its own default model. We're working under miscellaneous sheets. And there it is. Let's see. That needs to be, I think, 25 scale.
So no nesting on the master.
Yeah, no nesting there. I don't have
Okay.
any attachments in my default. So
Okay.
there it is now. And you see how it lays right in there,
Mm-hmm.
because it was drawn at 25 scale, but now this is at 1 scale. Now I'm going to take this and merge into master.
So I
So-
got another question now.
Pardon?
So I got a question. So if you
Yeah.
merge into master, is there any way to get it out of the master?
Well, this is my master model. Whichever model you're in the master model. If you want to get it out of there, you have to select it and delete it.
But you can take stuff out of the merge, so is what I'm saying. See, I was under the impression is once you actually merge it to master, you can't do anything with it. It's in there and that's it. You can't delete it or anything else.
Oh, no, no, no. All it did was basically I could have gone to all of this when I had it referenced in here.
Mm-hmm.
I could have selected everything and just done a copy, or only select the things you need and do a copy.
Okay.
So merging takes the whole file that's visible that you see and brings it in here as part of this model.
Okay. All right. Got it.
And it attaches it. It detaches it from
Once
the
you
re-
merge it into master, then it resets it.
yeah, it basically it copies everything that's in the reference into this model, and then it takes that reference that you had and detaches it.
Okay.
Now it doesn't get rid of it.
Right. Just it empties
still
the
like-
actual list of your actual
Yeah.
attachments.
So it's still here in the model, but see, I don't
Okay.
need this anymore because, again, I'm not a big fan of setting up drawn sheets. And let me make sure I don't have any layer. Oh, I do have some levels off. So let's turn everything on and see if we've got, yeah, see, there was where they had their frames. Oh, let's see, we had a couple of things there. So I'm going to take everything. In fact, let me just select all. Make sure I see down here, select all. I select all and there's no count, so there's nothing in it. And if I select, so okay, there's nothing in that default model. Now this is left over from when they originally made that sheet up, they brought that in as a cell. We've already got that. I'm going to delete that model too. I don't need it. Okay. So now back to this sheet. So I've got this, to which we're going to have it look like this right here.
Mm-hmm.
So ours will look like that, but it'll have Tariq's seal.
Seal it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And signature.
Yeah. So this is now that first sheet, that title sheet. Now I'm going to also, whilst I'm here, go to the profile sheets. As a separate instance, and we'll bring the seal and the signature over from there into here. We'll just copy it.
So in this master cover sheet, can you turn it on where it counts the pages?
You can, but you have to settle that up with the sheet
Okay.
index.
All right.
So,
And this
Hey.
is small, so we just do each page.
okay, you got it. That's okay. You have it open, just leave it open. It just came up and gave me the warning that I'm looking at it in read only. That's fine.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to be small enough. We're going to count the pages and just manually put them in there.
Okay. Yep,
But you
sounds
can
good.
certainly do that to where it automatically takes the sheet numbering. And then if you change the order, all you do is rearrange the order and it renumbers all the sheets. Yeah, so all that stuff is doable, but
It just
because,
takes time.
yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot of time necessarily, but we're not working out of the same work set.
Right.
I don't know how to set those work sets up
Okay.
so that we use them back and forth. And I apologize for that.
No, it's all right.
But that's a limitation on my part. All right, so that's. All right, so there's that. Now we didn't have it there. We had it here. So we attached rather his seal
Mm-hmm.
on a 1-to-1, and we had the other thing. Now this one, which is the signature,
Mm-hmm.
if I take this, and I'm going to reference it to that bottom corner there, I'm going to snap, tentative snap, I'm going to copy. When I do that with that one, and I go back to ours, and I paste, make sure my scale is set to 1. I'm gonna put it down here. We'll move it into place in just a minute.
Okay.
And then I'm going to also reference, because it's a DGN instead of a graphic. And I'll be in my references, Tariq Seal. Oops, let me right click and attach. Let's make sure I'm in interactive. There we go. Tariq Seal. And we'll use the top view. I think 1-to-1 is all good and go. New boundary, we're going to set that to none. I'll show you, we got to go back and fix that in a minute here. So we're going to put this here. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so here's going to come in now. It's going to be, I'm going to go to the middle of this line right here. You've got the things. All right, let's just put it here. Now, this is apparently when I did the copy, they had that set to 1. So let's make it 2 and leave it alone. And all right, so now let's take this file and move it from the center of the circle. Make sure we grab that. There we go. And it's going to go to, do we have the center of that? Yeah, right there. Now, here's another differential. You see how this fills up the whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's too big. The official designation of a PE stamp, the way it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
If I look at this and then look over here at its the primary axis 0.0729 feet. Well, shoot, let me set this up. Let me turn this off. And we're going to be in, and we're just going to keep them as survey inches as opposed to inches. There's no real reason for that, but that's the nearest, let's go to the nearest 64th just so we can see. All right. So now when I look at this primary axis, you see that 7/8 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the official size of a seal. And you can see how big the seal was in the
Right.
other one was huge.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to bring this down and we'll bring the top of this down too. So we're going to bring this down to something like, well, let's keep it.
Relative.
Yeah, we'll keep it off his signature and we'll move his signature into place as if he'd signed it on the signature line. So that'll be fine. It doesn't
does-
have to go across the seal.
So does professional engineer have to be changed to professional geologist?
Yes, good call. I'm glad you caught that.
All right, because I'm thinking if not, I might be wrong here, but yeah. But I didn't know. I mean, that's a
No,
question to
you're
ask.
exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. Good question. I'm glad you caught that. All right. So geologist number, blah, blah, blah. All right. So we're going to now take this. This is a cell. So I think if we edit the graphical cell,
So do they make it as cell because everything is in one like a block, like
well,
CAD would
yeah,
be like a
yeah,
block?
exactly. So
Okay.
I'm going to drop that to just be text.
Okay.
So I'm going to drop it. So now when I point to that, see it's text.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna now take this, move it down. Yeah. I may change my mind a little bit about this. I'm gonna move this down so it's signed partially.
Yeah, because normally you guys sign across the seal, right? Normally.
Yeah. But they have a room for a signature separate from the seal. But now if you look at the one on PDC, he signed across it and
Mhm.
left it down here. So we'll sort of take the best of both worlds.
Okay.
And there's no real rule on that. The only
Mhm.
reason engineers and people with registration stamps do that is just so people know that they, signed it right across their seal.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
all
So it
right,
wasn't like you just had two pieces, like we added two different things and they never saw it.
correct. And now, because this is a single block here, instead of like dragging the corners down, which you can do, so it
Mhm.
maintains that, but there's another tool called modify element. So if you just grab that segment and then lock that axis, it'll come down like that.
Okay.
All right. So that now we'll fix that. Now this dollar date, that's going to read the date from our pen table text substitution and put whatever date is when this thing gets plotted.
Okay.
It'll keep changing the dates. Now that may change, it may be that they want the date to be a specific date. Now that's level G profess seal. That's on level G profess signature. So those are levels you can turn on and off. We got everything done here. So there now is our title. And we're going to have in our file set, that's 81. And that's just that type, that's just the cover sheet. So I'll close that off. Let me go back to this and get the whole set. I should have done this the first time. I don't know why they brought it up as a separate thing that should go into that. I don't. It doesn't matter. I'll just put it here. All right, so this is the 81 set. So we're going to look at that. So we're going to have this sheet in ours. We're going to have this sheet in ours, but Urban Engineers gave us their version of this sheet. So we've got that one.
Mhm.
We'll go get the DGN, which is GBSB LG. It's a legend 01. So we'll grab that and make it into our sheet. And then on their constructions, they've got the title. There's the one that they gave us. That's and when I say this, it's an index map
Mhm.
and you can see what they've got. These lines represent the sheet breaks where those sheets go.
Yeah.
So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 um, in our plan set.
Mhm.
And then all of these things, these are a listing of all the different property owners. We probably won't include that on ours because we did not on here. See,
Mhm. 81. Yeah.
yeah. So all we did have on 81 was
Site index.
this sheet
Sheet
in
index.
1, 2, 3, and then so we'll replicate this. We'll turn off the property indicators because we have them shown on the plan sheets anyway. Like yeah, you see here, There's truck stop 39 and that property line. So
Mhm.
that property information is included even and in ours as well on the plan sheet. So we're not going to include them here. We'll turn them off. But so right up here's what they did on all these different things is if it's a double circle, that's the plan sheet number. So plan sheet 16, plan sheet 15, plan sheet 14. You see how it lines up between these?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's a profile sheet goes in a square. So whatever profile corresponds to that same plan sheet,
Okay.
give it the name of that sheet. And then of course there's the sheet boundary. So we're going to do this legend and the sheet index, and then we'll have all of this stuff, but we're going to take it from
The
this
81.
DTN that they gave us. Now, see, they've also got the sheet index, so we'll
Okay.
probably just leave it in the same place. There's your plan numbers, there's your profile numbers, but we won't have this property information.
Okay.
Okay, see down here. Because a lot of that, they've got parcel identification number with the circle. Those with a triangle means there's no take, there's no right of way needed from that property. That's handled in the construction plans. We don't need to do it, so we're not going to show that. But we will have the limits of work, the start and stop, north scale, and that's done at 100 scale. And this is theirs. Now I'm gonna, and we might keep it at 100 scale, but I was able to put our overall set of plan sheets. I was able to keep to 4, but now they also have this same set. So this is sheet number 7. You see up here in the
Mhm.
top, sheet 7 of whatever total. And then it says for profile, see sheet 11. So here's sheet 7. That's the start. We have this one, and that is at a 25 scale. We have also this one, and that is sheet 8. And it says for profile, see sheets 11, 12, 14, 15. So you see how they're
Mhm.
combined. So we'll have to cross-reference those numbers. Now, and there's the third one, and there's the fourth one. So that's the total 4 at 25 scale. Oh, I know why. Yeah, we'll need to do ours like this also at 100 scale. I did it at 50 scale, but I did that with an overview sheet
Mhm.
at a 50 scale so you could see all of our borings, but I basically did not get the ends. I've only got from where the boring starts,
Okay.
where it ends, and that would be, if we look at, see, where am I? We're working. Yeah. So this is the one that I produced just as an overview, and you see it doesn't have the ends,
Mhm.
but this one's at 50 scale. So that's going to be, we'll have that as our uh, as an overview sheet, and that's going to correspond. This was 81. So they don't have those. They don't have that as a sheet. They've only got the individual plan sheets. But I think what we'll do is we're going to add, and we'll keep that in our set. We'll keep this in our set so they can see all of them together.
Mhm.
And that goes out if you look at the whole thing. So 1,
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And that shows the property lines, the whole bit. But we'll also do, let me turn that off, or close that file. But we're also going to have this so we can know the sheet breaks,
Mhm.
but without the property. All right, so that's where we're headed with some of this stuff. This may wind up too heavy. We may have to go through and change the line weights down. We'll have to wait and see what it looks like when it plots. But anyway, that sheet's done. Why do we have it down here? Title sheet 1, title sheet 2. Oh, I know why. When I brought in the other model, it replicated it. So now nothing there. Here we are here. There we go. So we'll copy then this sheet and construct those other sheets, that index map,
Mhm.
the legend. And that, I think, is it. Let me go back to 81. So we'll have the title. There's a general note, symbols, and legends. And there's our legend. Okay, so we'll have that one. The index map is itself. Then we'll have the plan sheets, and we'll have like 4 through 8. Then we'll have the subsurface profiles, ramp subsurface profiles, subsurface and ramps. So we don't need the ramps. And here's additions and associated ramp boring data. That's sheet 58. So we don't need that. Those are those pavement bores.
Okay.
So we're only going to have the subsurface profiles and subsurface cross sections. I don't know why they named it subsurface, but anyway, let's see what they called it here. They've got index, location map, general notes. The typical sections, details, tab sheets, detailed plan, and profile sheets 7 through 16. So they have a slightly different arrangement. You know what? That's going to be a question for Jeremy. If they want us to follow this organization or the other. All right. Hang on, we'll get that answered.
Okay.
So let me call the boy. Let's come back to this. Recents. Jeremy.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Shut up. Let me see if I can find his direct.
Well,
Jabberwocky, this is Ken Crawford. How you doing?
everybody, how you doing?
Good. Are you at your desk? All right. Go back to your, you still have that Zoom link?
Yeah.
All right. I've got a quick question for you.
Double click that, I guess.
What's that?
I guess I had to double click that.
There you go. Okay. So you can see our cover sheet. All right. So, couple of things. When we modeled, I've got I-81 and I've got 118. So there's a couple of things on 118 when they refer to their route, they just put 118. They don't have 0118, which is what we've typically been doing, or do you want me to take the zeros off? And I think let me take a look at this, for instance. You see, they call it SR 0118 down here.
There's already zeros everywhere.
Okay, so we did, and I think that's more proper to keep that designation as 0118. All right. So basically, yeah, so I did, they did not give us this DGN file. So I took the I-81 version of that, which was here. And let me put that, there we go. So I took the I-81 version and they had a little index location map and all that. They don't have one of those. Yeah, it's all right. So I basically took all of this information then and put it here. You see, I'm still section 4 and it's an MPMS number, not a C, whatever that other ECMS. They had the font. You see, they're using this same font as this for the page number and the district number. I only did it for this. I kept the district number alone. But there's that. Let me see if I'm.
Number that's updated there.
Yeah, this is, you say it's what? Well, this number here is from their construction plans. That's that right there, okay? And so all of this all of the data that's here, except I did not have an also plans block. We're not included in also plans, but I got all of this information. I changed this title instead of line grade and typical section, combined submission revised date. I put in there, of course, hours, which is just soil boring plan. And it's got a date down here. Now, we also do not have this recommended block from the district signatures. Urban does on their title. On the I-81 version, though, we didn't have that. Okay, so I didn't include that. And so no problem there. But I got all the classification and all that. So everything matches with that. Now, all of our data matches Urban's cover sheet data. The scale and everything's moved over here. The design, everything's over in this place. So that's what we've got up here. So that got moved over. So this matches Urban's. The title here was changed, our signature and stamp. None of that other double duplication of like on. Now this is Urban's. So they had the recommended block, which we don't have. They got the prepared block, we do, except theirs says AWK, because that's what it looks like on I-81. All right. Now, the question I have, when we also need to make this sheet here, no problem. I'm basically going to copy this and then fix the rock stuff from I-81. That'll look exactly like that. It'll still say soil boring plan down here, I guess.
You got the DGN, yeah.
Yes. Yes. So I'll take care of all that. Then here is the index map, which shows the the sheet breaks, the sheet numbers. And this is I-81's. And there's no property ownership. We already talked about this. So on Urban's, they've got all the property stuff. Now we show the property stuff on our plan set, but we don't have this table in here, but we do have the names up under the numbers. So that's all fine. I'm not, go ahead.
We removing those?
Yeah, we're going to take this off of our index map so that we match, so that we match what we did for I-81. We also had the index map you see down here. But we don't show the property information here. So we'll match all that part. But here's my question. This is why I called you. On that index map, we have a sheet index. This is basically the index of our drawings. On theirs, they also have the sheet index. Now, so there's some slightly different nomenclature. We got a title sheet, then general notes, symbol and legends. That's that legend sheet, then index map. Then then this is 81. Then we said plan sheets. Then we said SR 81 subsurface profiles, whether they're subsurface or not is questionable, but it could just be profiles, but anyway, or roadway profiles. But then they have those ramp subsurface profiles. Then they've got subsurface cross sections, then ramp subsurface cross sections, and then additions and associated ramp boring data. Those were those pavement borings. Okay, so we're not going to have all of those, but they've got the route number and this wording. Urban has on theirs title sheet, index, map, location, general notes, reference circles, typical sections, sheets 5 and 6, which, you know, that's this with the typical section over there. Yeah, so we won't have that one, but they've then they say details. Again, we won't have that one. The tab sheets we won't have, but then they just call detail plan and profile sheets for everything else. Do you want me to match that like that and call it just plan and profile sheets and designate it, or do you want it to look like this where we got plan sheets and then we got profiles where we got individual sheets?
It's 81.
Okay. So we're going to have plan sheets, profiles, and cross sections is what we'll have on ours. Any thoughts on the word subsurface? I technically don't think that's proper, but like I would just call it profiles and cross sections.
Subsurface coming because boring there below.
But that could be, but the profile itself shows the top of the ground as well as the subsurface. So I don't care when we
Leave it out. I don't care.
leave it. All right. Okay. So we'll follow this. We keep the plan in a group, the profile in a group, and the cross sections in a group. All the numbers get designated, and then we go through all the sheets and designate those. And further, we look at when we get into our sheets, we're going to have things like this right down here, this block for profile. So we'll put that on where they apply. Same thing here under, here's a plan sheet, and we have you know, it's a basically see these sheets for those designations. Now and there's also this little block right here that's the continuation of the adjacent sheet. Okay. So we'll have all of those. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and as long as we'll set our numbering up to match our numbering. If Urban comes back and said they want us to match their page numbering, then that's a different animal. So
See that black arrow for 7 and 8. I guess we're gonna have to put that on our 3 sections as well.
oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, once it's slapped that on the plan, like I said, if you just want to get something, I can always draw that on there. You can.
No, I can take it right out of the 81 and just copy it and put it in there. Okay. So I'll do that. Now we don't have these slopes and detail sections. I don't think we have soil borings or soil types.
The length of those arrows that we were talking about there on that section, you'll just go about like the ends of the arrows. You'll take them to whatever that section actually shows.
The width. Yeah, the width. So now, yeah, okay, no problem. No, they had theirs drawn out 160 feet left and right, but that was yeah. So if you look, let's go down here to one of their cross sections. So you see it. Oh, now that one only. Let's see, what is this? I'm in 81. Sorry. Let me go back to this. So when we look at, I know why. because they had that in a separate plan set. They had cross sections as a separate set of drawings. And those cross sections then were like this. So they had theirs drawn in here to get them. So they're at 1 inch equals 10 feet. So they got 4 on a sheet, 4 on a page, but we've kept it at 5 and we got 1 on a page. But to make that fit, instead of going out here to 160, we just clipped them off at 120. There's nothing on any of the ones that we're using that goes even as far as 120. They all end,
To get away with like,
yeah, 60 and 60.
technical accuracy.
Yeah, we'll match it. I'll take a look at all of the extents and we'll go out to the furthest one that they do because we clipped, actually, they sampled, let's see. I'm going to stop presenting or stop sharing now. Chuck, go ahead and share your screen for a minute. Okay, so now looking at this, see, like on this one, these are the 3 that we're using. Oh, hold on a second. Let me get control here. Request remote control.
Yep, you need to be able to run it. All right, Ken.
All right, so when we make these 3 sheets, each one of these little blocks is going to be sort of centered on each of the sheets. All right, now these are at 5 scale, and you see this stopped at say 60 or 70. So, and it goes out to 60 here, but this one went out to like 70 there, but they had it sampled all the way out over to here on 48. This one also stopped at like 60 and a little past 60. So if I say, let's make these, I think if I go 70, well, that's definitely stopped at 60. That's a little past 70. So I'll just make them 80 feet left and right. And then having these extra grids won't hurt anything. Or I could trim this off at 80. Like, let's do that anyway. I'm gonna,
I can have that.
whoops. So if I go back to my model. Yeah, so see that one went to that, whatever that distance is. Now I'll go to that exact distance on those arrows. So it's a little past 60, but this one went all the way out there. But it didn't have anything shown other than the existing ground. So we're going to clip this. I'll clip this at 70. So we'll just do that. So we'll take that one from 70. I'm going to do I'll clip these back.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I'll go 60 right, 70 left. Then I'll go 70 left. I won't extend it, but 60 is clipped at 60, 60. 60 contains it. It doesn't need to go much further. And 70. So if I go 60 right, 70 left on all 3 of ours, I think we'll be in good shape. Okay. All right. That's got it. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon.
Okie doke. And you're welcome to leave the Zoom. You're welcome to leave the Zoom session and, come back in if we need you. All right. Okay. See you, man. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. Now, Chuck,
Mm-hmm.
were you able to hear all that?
Yeah, part of it. Yeah.
Okay, because last time it cut you out and all that, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
don't know, I
now,
don't know what happened, but yeah.
all right, so you are, now I'm going to stop remote control, and I'll stop your share. I'll go back to my share
Mm-hmm.
and I can put this over here. Now let's see. So these are we don't need that file anymore. These are the two PDFs. All right, let's get them up and sitting on this index sheet. Do the same thing with this one on the index sheet. All right, so the one we need to add is going to be this one, which Urban doesn't have, but will have. And then, now they've got this soil boring plan from I-81. Looks like that's on damn near everything. There's the profile. No, that's still plan. All right, there's a profile. Now there it says for plan, see this, and it's got the profile title here. So I don't know. That's just whatever somebody had a wild hair and wanted to do. But now look at the profile sheet. You see they had that double block
Mm-hmm.
designed or prepared by and then prepared by. So we're not going to have that double block, but we're going to make this. We got the for plan C and all that. We're going to make those in the boxes like you see them there. And we had those already in some of that other stuff. What was it?
Isn't the side sheets that we were talking about?
Yeah, I remember down at the bottom it said some. So we got some of that stuff somewhere. But anyway, we'll follow that convention.
Right.
And these what I generally do with these is like I'm going to put this in the sheet border. I think we'll go back and take it. That's just cosmetic stuff there. But instead of having this giant, ugly text down here like that, we'll put it in a nicer font. We'll make it big and stuff like that. And see, it's in a box that has a background on it, so it blocks out the mapping. So we'll do all that, but we're going to put those on all of our sheets. Now they've got them on even the index and the legend. They don't have it there, but we'll put them on all these sheets consistently. Now they haven't, except till you get to the profile. They didn't put it on the profiles. They've got this title as the profile. That's fine. And now you see where it just says SR Ramp E&F profile. That's the title from Dewberry. But when we have a stick, it's supposed to say geologic section. And obviously they missed that one. Somewhere I saw it say
Geologic
section in this title, like right here. It's just the ramp designations. I swear I saw it. There. So here's one. No stick, no stick, no stick. And then we get on to see where it says geologic. Oh, it's in the cross sections. There we go. Geologic section at station 72950. All right, so that's going to be the ones that we do. All right. And we're going to need now, when we reference in these sticks in the cross sections, you've already got these titles in for the profile. So we'll copy those from the profile sheets into the appropriate cross section sheets. But we're also going to need to copy because this stick drawing, which is a reference file, remember we added this little designator here off to the side of the stick. It's separate in that, in the profile sheets. So that's where we'll go and get them. And, you know, we'll get one, then we'll paste it in, you know, where we need it to go. All right. So that's their battle plan.
Okay.
All right. So now, so I guess the soil boring plan, we don't put on the profile in the cross section, but we will put it on the other. Okay. No problem. All right. So let's now, before we get down too many dark roads, let's go to this one and we'll make this one first. There's not one in there. We're going to model this one. So we're going to take that I-81, which was that GBSB, that's Gibson southbound, and it's Legend 01, and that's in that GER final report file. So we're going to need to get that file. We're going to reference it and basically bring it in. So I'm going to make a new sheet right here. I'm going to basically take this and copy it. And we're going to call this one Legend. That'll be the Legend. We'll keep the description to say the word sheet so that it shows up when we put that little designator over there for the model name, for the model. And then we'll just take that, copy and paste. Except, let me see. All right, so Legend, there's title sheet, Legend. And we're going to do one more later when we get the other. So in this Legend sheet now, we're going to take out, do we have this? So yeah, we're going to keep that block. We'll have all the marginalia with the stamp and signature and all that. So, okay. Now they don't have, all they have is the prepared by and the name. Whereas up here in that sheet, they had all that professional engineer, business and date and all that. So we're gonna only have that part on the cover. Everything else will trim down to that.
Dumb it down.
Yeah. So there's that seat. Now, if you are in, you yourself are in the, why don't you go ahead and exit out of MicroStation on all your files, just so I
Okay.
don't have to open things read only.
I'm gonna save. Yeah, I'm gonna save everything. Save
Yeah.
settings. Save.
It's, yeah, I'm in that read only.
Yeah, I want to just save everything. Save settings. Save settings. Save. Close.
Yeah, you don't have to save. It saves as you go. So, but your save settings you might want to do.
All right, I think it's you, Ken.
All right, so I'm going to just close this and reopen it. I'm gonna open one. And then I'm going to go back and reopen it. So I'm going to use the profile sheets. To copy some things across that we need. So we're going to need this model name designation. We've got this other, which in this case is referenced into the referenced title border. We don't have that. We've got it directly drawn into those other sheets. And see these down here, those are the ones we got to worry about changing. So we've got that. And I'm going to copy also this stuff. And let's get that. And that. And this. That was all of that. Now I'm going to set a tentative snap down here. I'm going to copy. I'm going to go back to ours here. That one's set. We don't need anything different there. We'll go to this sheet, and I'm going to take everything out of it. No, I'm not. Let's grab everything, and we're going to not take everything out. We're not going to take this out. And we're not going to take these out. So we will take all of that. This is going to be what we pull from the profile. This is only going to be in this form on this cover. And so let's take all of that and delete that stuff. All right, so we've got, I don't need that either. Wait a minute, I don't need, shit, hold on. I was going to keep that. Okay, so those are two there. That's there. This is that. Actually, I do want to get rid of this. We'll leave that reference there. So we move that into place. All right. So there now is a clean slate. Let's go back now to here. And I think we've got what we need. We've got that. We've got that. We've got scale. And we've got the graphic and this little block. And we copied it by tentatively snapping there. So, okay, so we should be good. So here we're going to paste now, make sure it's one scale right there into place like that. Bing, bada boom. And I don't know if it took out the, yeah, it just kept the one we just copied into place. So we're going to move this down. Now the signature here is in the same place that it is over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because we kept all those positions relative to, where we picked it. So that will be there, and we go back to here. We need to move that reference from the center of this circle to the center of the square.
Good job, Ken.
Now, well, that's good, except we need the frame around.
Mhm.
I forgot that. So we need that. And that's all we'll need, I think. So if I copy relative to the zero part, the 0, 0 on the page, and then paste to the 0, 0. Oops, I must have missed it. Let's go back to here. I know why. It's because that is in a reference file. So if how do I want to do this? I need to copy it. I'll copy it from here to there. And now I'm going to select it. So let's select it, copy it, and now I can delete the copy I made of it because this one's referencing the border.
Mm-hmm.
And our little miscellaneous sheets, we're building each of the borders here. So now I'm going to paste that. There we go. And so that has our file names, our plotted dates. This now is consistent with all those others. This is consistent with the exception of the page number. We'll fix that.
Yep.
All right. So now we've got a good sheet started for the legend sheet. So we're going to now copy that one. And this is going to be the index map.
Is it index map or is it an index sheet?
Well,
I mean, I'm just asking.
it's technically it's a sheet, so you're right. It's index
I'm just
map.
asking. I mean,
Yeah, it technically it'd be that. So the title sheet and
okay.
that just says legend up here. So
Right.
um so yeah, so yeah, we'll do that there. Let's see. Now this one. And so ups. So now if we survey inches, and let's update all fields. True. And do the same thing on this sheet. And I don't think we had that on this one. We don't. We've just got the file name. So we need to get this from this one. We'll reference the inside corner heavy frame, copy that, go back to our title sheet, and we'll paste it there. And we will tell it to automatically update these. Now, the reason they have that as a true false, so you could tell it you don't want to, because if you're switching in and out of models and if you got a lot of fields, take the time to do it. That's why they have it separate. So, but for our purposes, we just got one. This way we won't have to worry about it. We can always look at it. Now, it always does update the fields when you go to plot. So that part's handled. Now, I personally would like to have put our logo over, on this stuff. We're gonna follow the rules. I'm gonna also turn this weight down. They've got this weight way too high.
We did that for old people like me.
Yeah, and they've got this one. See, that's set a weight 3. I think these are weight 2, so those are good. This is weight 4. That's all weight 1 on the logo. That part's good. So I'm going to make these. No, they've got them weight 4. If we set them here to like 0, see, you'll see the lines will open up. So I'm going to make that a 3, so it's not quite so heavy, but it still should be sufficient. Let's see what these are. Weight varies. All right, so this weight is 2, 1, 2, and 1. That should be fine. All right, and this one is weight of 5. That's ridiculous. Let's make that, we'll make it 3 since they obviously had an intent to
Make them dark.
make it stand out. So there's a 3, that's a 2. No, that's also a 3. I think we'll leave them as 3s. Now see, were this me, now see, that's a weight of 1. And that's a height of 11/32. That's a height of 19/64. So that's 11/32 is 22/64. That's taller than 19/64. But the font is
Makes
defined.
it look smaller, yeah.
Yeah, so when you see this, all this white space above the top.
Mm-hmm.
So the font is actually defined. That letter C and O goes all the way up to here, but it's got a lot of empty space.
Right, right.
No, it's what they call small caps kind of designation. All right, so what is this? That's a weight of 3. That's fine. All right, we'll see how it looks when we plot it. All right, so we're good with that one. Save those settings. I'm good with this one to start. I'm good with this one to start. Now, we've got, okay, this, I normally would put this bottom line as this heavy one, but I think what that indicates for them is that, you know, you can keep doing revisions, you just keep
Yeah.
adding the bottoms.
Running list. Yep.
Yeah, so this across being heavy, I'm okay with that, so. All right, now, what do we need on the legend sheet? We've got to bring in, and I think on the legend sheet, we don't have a scale. The index map we do, but we only have a horizontal scale. So on this legend sheet, we're going to take this stuff completely out. And then on the index map, did that backwards. All right. The legend sheet should have nothing. So this, we're going to take from here. We'll this time cut it instead of copy it. And we'll come back here and paste it here and then get rid of the vertical part. We'll do that in just a minute. We're going to first move this stuff from here to here. So we just scooched it down and now we'll get rid of the vertical part. Now, the reason I did that, of course, is so when you are flipping through the pages and you look at the next, you know, the legend sheet and then the index sheet, or in the case of like, let's do it here. We'll be here. And we'll go back to same size. So when you flip through the sheets, you see how they're all in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
So when we do it on ours here, if we had, we took the legend up. Anyway, that first bar scale there, that's going to line up to be the same at the same place. In fact, if you look at it, see it's right almost in line with the bottom line of his seal.
Yeah, in the center.
So when we do that over here, how that's almost in line with the bottom line of his seal. So it shows here, but it's down. Now here we've got these as, yeah, that's level 2. Something's goofy. See how thick that is?
Mm-hmm.
If I look at that cell, that text is bi-level 2. This text is bi-level 2, but it's, what's going on with that? That's on level 3 of,
Prop side road 1.
yeah, that referenced thing. So that's on level, and see how that scale is looking skin.
Yeah.
But this, if I look at the individual text, there's the 50. It has a weight of 2. So does the 25. The line strength, same. So that's all level, that's all weight of 2. This should be also weight of 2. All right, that's in that reference. That's in the same reference. Yeah, see, that's obvious that it's not the same. Weight of 2. It's level 3. Goes in here, level. Is it level 3 or just 3? It's level 3.
Mm-hmm.
So we find level 3, and it's a 2. And just for yucks, which this shouldn't have any differentiation. I sure did. Are there 2 things there? No, it's just the 1. But it was bleeding through that level. All right. That one, we apparently did it already. That one's good. That one's good. That one's not. So I don't know why. But this, in this case, it's 1, 2, 3. What is this? That is proposed side road 2. So if we look at this, prop side road 2. Right here. See, we said inside of it, it referenced the border. No, this is on level 3, but they're saying prop side road 2. So prop side road 2. So if you look at it, I think I know, maybe. And it still says level 3. All right.
Is there an actual? Oh, there's level 3. Okay.
There's level 3.
Right.
We'll set that to 2. All right, that took care of that. But we also had on that first sheet, there was a separate level, just 3, not level 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I had to switch. To get it to pop up. Oh, did I? It's level 3. Did I make it the wrong weight? Border prop 1. Let's see, I had to come here and set this. I thought on the first one, okay. And then this, there's a level 3. It's a 2. This level 3 is a 2. Level 3 is a 2. Now here's where so that one, I'm gonna set that to 2. But also look for level 3, and that's a 2. Level 3 is a 2. As is this. All right. So I think that's all. Actually, that won't matter. Let me hang on a second. All right, everything's like I like it. Save settings. Everything's like I like it. Save settings.
So you can't do a batch save settings for all those off of your models.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good
It's
thing to
it,
know because
it's just like doing. It's as if each of these models were a separate DGN.
okay, okay,
That's the point behind
okay.
doing that. So now that's on level 1. Okay, so level 1. All right. So I think we are golden on this. I'm going to sit on the first sheet. So when we go to plot it, we'll be ready to do those. Again, these won't plot, the blue and green or the red down here. All right, so we'll fix the sheet numbers later. All right, so this file's intact and good. These miscellaneous sheets, we had the title, the legend, the index. So we had the title, the legend, the index, and then we go, okay. So that's all we need for that. We can even go back to now the profile sheets and close off this session and just work on, let's bring in the index map first. And this was going to have, if you recall from the urban engineers, the index map at,
What?
I'm on 81, sorry,
Wasn't 100? I thought, wasn't it?
Dewberry, this is urban. So that's going to be at 100 and it's going to be, if I can get to it, it's actually called, let's see,
Index map.
called
DGN.
index map. When they plotted it, came out of a different folder designation.
Excuse me.
That's a good question. Do I have that index map? That's the I-81. I'll leave that in case I need it. All right, so I'm looking for index map. EF, no I. So I lied to Jeremy. We do not have the index map from.
No, I don't see it either.
All right, well, we're just going to have to make it. We'll replicate like this. So we're going to, we'll get it in. We'll take this PDF and use that to guide us. All right, so as a guide, let's attach. Let's see if we do it here. I don't think we can attach a PDF. Let me see. Attach Adobe PDF. Yes, we can. All right. So we're going to attach. Construction plans. And we'll change why is it red? Error occurred in the PDF library. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's see. All right, let's do it from here. We attach it as an image. Still, there's something wrong with that. All right, let's do this. If we take that sheet, it's the one we want. I'm going to drag it and drop it on my desktop right there. Now let's try this. We attach from desktop, it should say, let's look at type of, not file name, right here. Oh, now wait a minute. We attach. I don't see the Adobe anymore. It was really, what, maybe I did it here. Yeah, that was what I did. No, it wasn't, because I got it from like right in here in the list.
Mm-hmm.
It was like here, but the pull down was over here. Oh, I know the difference. I'm in the paper or in the sheet. If I'm here and attach it, would that be the difference? No. I swear I'm not losing my mind. Attach. No, obviously a PDF was from. Oh, okay. That's where I thought it was I thought it wasn't all the way up, and it wasn't. It was rolled up like this. So yeah, it's in here. All right. So if I do a PDF, and let's go to our desktop. Construction plans dragged. There it is. Let's see what that does for us. There we go. And we'll just place it interactively. We'll attach it. There, so that's what we're going to model after. Okay.
That's
So
81s, right?
no, this
That's
is
ours?
This is ours with all the property line stuff. So when we bring in when we reference now the actual detail model, the geometry will match that up. We won't get this. So, but what we will have to do is we're going to have to create this. Now, this is just graphics, it's just just pixels. So we're going to get that table from the I-81 table and bring it in and just put it up there.
Just edit
Uh,
it.
The scale will fix that later. But I wanted to get this in here so I can get the orientation of everything matched up. And see the relative sizes of stuff. So we got this in as a go by. We will,
We have that as a DGN also, right?
no, that's what I was saying. I thought we did. Remember,
Oh, I thought we saw that too in a DGN.
only on the well,
I thought I saw that down at the bottom, lower left side.
take a look. This is in the DGN folder.
Mm-hmm.
I've got one called color, and there's my CPs, existing geometry, existing on the Market Street realign, pin dot. Board, those are all the borders, profiles, proposed. Nope, there's no index in this.
Yeah.
There was in the SR-81.
Well, no, when we did our plan sheets and we brought our plan sheets in down the lower left, it gave that map. Wasn't that DGN down there on the left-hand side?
Now you're talking about what now exactly?
Well, when we put our plan sheets in, every time we'd bring a plan sheet in, it put it underneath or there close to the left-hand side of that was that whole track for SR-118. I thought it was the whole DGN. I might be wrong.
These are on the plan views. So
I might be thinking of something else, but I could have sworn when we did the plan sheets, when we brought them in, it was down the lower left, the whole job, SR-118.
let's take a look and see. Here's our plan sheets.
I might be nuts.
Oops, crap. I'll do this here too. Plan sheets, open with 2023.
I might be crazy.
We'll have to call another bathroom break here in a minute. I had too much tea for lunch. All right,
Yeah.
let's let this.
I drink too much water. I'd probably drink eight glasses a day.
I should drink more water. I drink diuretic things like tea, and I used to drink coffee all the time, but I got to where my stepson and his wife got me for Christmas one. I started drinking, just cut tea, loose tea, like hot tea instead. And I really liked not the pretentiousness of being British, but I liked the extra contemplation it gave me. So I switched to that, and they bought me one of those electric kettles that you put on and flip the switch, and you can set the temperature and it stuff, So I really like the ritual of it all.
It's just like the coffee press. We used to use a coffee press.
Well, I've got a French press, and I've got a big one,
and
I sometimes make tea out of it too. All right, so we had.
That's what I thought we were talking about. That's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that's all the geometry. Okay, but then so we have the geometry,
and we could add that to the index sheet. I guess is what I'm asking. I saw that.
We had this when we did the red and green won't plot.
Right.
So we had this at 50 scale, but we're going to make it at 100 scale so we get the overall
the whole thing. Okay. All right.
But notice here we don't have the sheet breaks and the sheet number designations on there.
Yeah.
All we have is this overview.
Right.
And then we have these individual sheets.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to, and here's each individual sheet, and it's rotated to match you see the little red frame around the outside. So each one of those matches their same sheet cuts. So, but that's what we did. We don't have, even though we have this as an overview at 50 scale, we basically need this at 100 scale that we'll use to make the index. But to make this index, see, we're going to have to borrow from I-81.
Right.
All this off. We got to borrow the table, the page break graphics, and these double circle numbers and square numbers, this little legend, which will basically really only have these two lines in it. Okay, and then all the rest of this stuff, including this north arrow, we will have from the geometry, from all of this geometry, which is actually out in here. So
Yeah.
we're going to reference this.
Okay.
We'll freeze off the property owner's information. We'll keep everything else, but then we're going to build that
Okay.
to look like
The
this.
index.
Now, do they have curve data showing? I don't see. They've got stationing, or at least station equations. Let's see, but they do call out the baselines. Start works. Here's one, start and limits of work, where we actually on this job, this is I-81. So we didn't have those alignments. They didn't have them either. So we didn't care. Now let's see, where is, there we go. So yeah, so they've got start and stop and limits. They call out the baselines, but they're not designating curve data. So we'll freeze off some of that stuff, when we do it. Okay. So we've got a game plan.
Okay.
Now here's this, and we're going to now go from this file now. We're going to open instead, and we'll go get the I-81 stuff. And that is going to be Dewberry District Report Plans. And see, here's where they have the index sheet. And that is, well, let's see, where did they call it?
Well, yeah, I don't see anything that says index.
It's one here that says like GB, SB, ID, IX or something. So back to the Dewberry set, and its set says it is GBSB IX01.
Okay.
So we're looking for GBSB, so southbound. So Gibson southbound IX, that's the index 01. So that's the file right there. Now, see, all of this stuff we should have set up, somebody should have set up as a,
Even like a running template. I mean, no matter
yeah.
who the company is that we work for, if we had a basic template set up, you just take and you just cut and paste like you're doing, and
Well, the problem is if the company we're working for does it as, we're trying to match the formatting to be as close to the original as we can,
right.
but we don't have that. So I'm, but what I need to borrow from here then is this table, this little symbol, and the word index map we'll put on ours. And see, all of this stuff is all done in models in the default model. So we're going to copy some things here. We're going to get this table. And we'll get this, and we'll get this. We're going to use that on the other sheets too. And now let's get some of these sheet numbers. We've got this. It's an annotation cell.
So then they draw lines to each one, right? So they're saying 14, you're going to look with that line that's going to it, the leader, which is 39, 33, 22. Am I right on that?
Okay. No, that's not actually what they've done. That line is something else. That
Okay.
is, it means something. I don't know exactly what. No, yeah, it is. These are the profiles associated with this plan,
Right. That looks
but
like a leader to me.
it also has these. The problem is,
But see now 6
no,
can.
6 has these, 14 has these.
Right.
So the problem is they've had to move this out of the way of this label.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's not ambiguous, see, they just
Okay.
have
So, but those lines are telling them that those are the ones that go with those circles.
that is
Okay.
correct.
Got it.
All right, so now we're gonna take one and we got that. I don't think we'll need that, but we'll grab it anyway. So we got the table,
Mhm.
that,
What about legend at the upper right? Right
There.
there. Yeah, the plan sheet profile.
and finally, there was one other thing I just thought about. Oh, the division, the sheet break.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cell called sheet flag. That's probably in the cell library somewhere. I'm just going to borrow it from here and use it. All right, so we're going to now, um, I'm not going to bother to set a tentative point to copy it because I'm going to place it off to the side. So now here we are on that. And I'm going to place this, I'm going to paste it. Now notice when you paste it at one scale,
So that square is the size?
this square,
Yeah.
no, that's the cursor marker for this
Oh,
act
okay.
to draw. So if you paste it, see, I'm coming into paper space. So that's going to be 1 divided by 300, I think. Yeah, see, even at that. So it's not even 1 divided by 300. It's 1 divided by, it was not 25 scale. What was the scaling here? Ooh, 200 scale.
Mhm.
So 1 divided by 400, is that 200 times 12? That's it. All right, so we'll put it right here. Now we're going to use that to borrow stuff from the other. So, oh, I didn't get the frame. Uh,
I thought you had the.
It was, that's a cell header index line. These are all individual cells. So if I, yeah, it's a cell header. Let's see about this a minute. All right, so that's just text at this point. Let's snap that to the insertion of that text right there. Copy that. Let's go back to it and paste it now at that same scale. Yeah, see, it's not getting the lines. Here's another possibility. Let's see what the line level is. GNO table. GNO table. It's not frozen. And it's not, yeah, there it is. It was already there.
Was it hiding?
Yeah. The level was off. Oops. It's text. So I'm going to drop this one also. So now I've got text and I've got these individual lines. That should just be 2. There we go. And really, I don't know why people do this. I mean, manual, we'll do it manual. So that to that to that to that to that. I'm doing it manual because to do it automatically
Mhm.
would, every time it hits those little pathways, I'd have to stop and confirm which direction
Okay.
to go. So it's the 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. That's good. Now that's a single. Whoops. What I neglected to do was to simplify the geometry. So that to that. One thing I could have possibly done, I suppose, is pre-selected those. I don't know that that's true or not. All right, so it has its own shape now. I declare it still kept all those little
Little.
end points. I wonder if we can do this. Nope. So if I delete, there is another function where you can strip out unnecessary vertices somewhere. Put this back to what it normally is. All right, so now, whoops, I missed 2. That one and that one. All right. Oh, look at that. So here's another question I have. If I do this and choose that, nope, I still have to. And I said, simplify the geometry. See, why doesn't simplified geometry work?
Must not like that.
Apparently. It's a line in and of itself that's a frame. Each of those are individuals. Okay. Good to go. This text is, oh, it's 4. This is 3. So we're going to make this 3. Actually, no, we're going to make all of this stuff color, style, and weight by level. Boom, bing, bang, boom. That's on G Table. It's on G Table. That's on G Text. I think if we take this, oh, guess I gotta do that. So the table's gonna be all the same. Okay. Now we are going to say we have a title sheet, general notes, symbols, legends, an index map. And then we've got a plan. Plan sheet. Okay, good Lord. These plan holders. So plan sheets. Plan. I want the overview. I just want to call this plan. OVERVI, then EW. You got two of those others. So overview. And then let's take two out. Is it just text? See, it's an enter data field. All right, here's what that means is if I look at my text field background, let's see, enter data. Well, data fields. There we go. And let's change that table designation color. See if we make that red. Well, it makes them the same. All right. All right. So you see you see these pieces of text.
Mm-hmm.
These are not just text lines, they're enter data fields, and then they've been filled out. So when you do plan sheets, if you want to change part of that, you've got to change this part. So instead of sheets, if I type overview, OVERVIEW, and then there's all this other stuff here that pads out from that as a 45 length. So sheets was SHEETS. SHEETS. So I've got two extra characters. So if I make this 47, there we go. Except, actually, I still should have just made this 45. 45. That's what I thought I did a minute ago, and it didn't work. It shot off the screen somewhere. All right, so there's my plan overview. This is going to be plan sheets. You don't want to do that. Maybe. Yes, and this I'm going to call plan sheets overview. Okay. So this is going to be 1, 2, and 3. This will be 4. And another reason they've done this as these enter data fields is to keep the length. Now see, this one went further. but we don't need that one. So we've got the plan index map, plan sheets overview is 4. Plan sheets detail is going to be 5 through 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 through 8. And then our profile, which was, we had 6 profiles, correct?
Mhm.
All right, so these are going to be profile sheets. So profile sheets. That's all I really need. Actually, I don't want to call them sheets. They're profiles. All right. Sorry. Take out the word sheets. Plan, overview, plan, detail, and profile. Let's just call it profiles.
Why is it gray like that with the letters?
I'll show you in a second. I'm going to call this. Let's call it, here's. Now, the letter in here, why is it gray?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's an enter data field. It's not just text. It is
Oh.
text, but it's created as an enter data.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to call this roadway plans. There we go. I think I like that idea better. And then roadway plans. Plans. Roadway profiles. This one will just say roadway
Cross section.
sections. Roadway cross sections. Now, see, I normally wouldn't be doing this. I would be doing it as just text. All right, now I'm going to turn off those enter data fields now that I know what they are. So those are my data fields, visibility. So now they're off. All right, so these bottom 2 I don't need. I don't need that line. I'm going to do something different here. Let's see. This line, I'm going to just stretch it out there a little bit. I'm going to modify this and go up to that, and now take that line that I stretched out of there. We'll now, we can trim that, but there's another trim function here called right here called trim to element.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just the one, so I'm going to use that and then point to the target
Okay.
back. So
Cool.
all right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 8. And then profiles, we had 6 of those. So that would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 9 through 14. And then we had 3 of these. So that was 15, 16, 17. So 15 through 17. Now, those should all be lined up right justified. And they're all center middle. So let's change them.
914 looks different.
9 to 14,
Yeah,
sheet
looks-
9 through sheet 14. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set these up to be center middle. We're going to say right middle. And we're going to center this. I'm going to draw a line from here to here. We'll move it down just so we got something to work on. Now we're going to move this biggest one. We're going to line up vertical centers to there. All right. Now we're going to line up all of these to match the right edge of that. So I'm going to get all of these pieces of text, do my alignment again, except this time instead of vertical center, I'm going to go to the right of this. Well, that didn't work. Let's try it this way. That to that to that. I know why. Because this has a length of one's text and one's not. One's an inner data field. And data fields.
Yeah,
These were plain text, and there's your inner data field. Let's just take these and drop them. Drop. Drop. All right, now we should be able to do that. So they're all text. Let me make sure they're all text. Yeah. So now we select all of this and we align it to the right of that. Still made a liar out of me. Something's got a space. Yeah. All right, let's try it again. Line up to the right. No, it is lined up to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't need to be where these visibly look okay when they're the bigger thing. The one is slightly smaller, it's skinnier. You know what? I'm going to fix all this back the way it was. Instead of right middle, let's make them middle, middle, center, center, middle. And now we'll do an O, A. We'll start down here and go to there. No, it's a line, vertical center. There we're done.
Pyramid.
So now they're all, at least they're all.
Yep, number one's always on top.
See how that font character has that empty space there
Mhm.
beside. So its width really should be, whereas this one, it's all the way up to the end.
Right.
So that particular one, now this is a fatal flaw of mine. So we're gonna get off this. So my data fields, turn that off. No view detail. Roadway profiles, roadway, oops, I'm gonna take sheets off of that. There we go. All right, so this now, GNO table is a 3. It's a 3. That's a 3. So G and a table. We'll make 2 instead. And we're going to move this from here, just up here. And it looks like we'll match the size. Everything will be fine. So we'll go to like right there. There's this sheet index block. We're going to leave hours. There's a sheet index block, then description. We'll move it from there to there. So sheet index block. That's now going to be block. And we're not going to need to be as wide. So, okay, so we got that part done. And now we need to reference in the geometry and rotate it so that it lines up correctly. And its start and stop is correct. So we're going to reference, attach the plan sheets, go interactive. And we're going to use the overview model. That's one way. No, let's do the default model. And it's at 1 to 25 because we're at 1 to 1. That's good.
No nesting?
Nesting, we do want to have at least 1, but let's try 2. And we'll go to the center of this. Okay, now we will first of all set it scaled correctly, which I didn't. So at 50 scale, that should have been 600. There we go. Now I'm going to just say boundary only. So when I highlight, not turn on the boundary, why? Let's get them both. All right, so this, I'm going to move that intersection. So I'm going to move this file from, that's the PDF intersection. Where's ours? Okay, from, I think I got to do it this way. I got too much mess going on. I can't see straight. So I'm going to take, I'll turn this guy off in a second. So for now, I'm going to turn this guy not visible, and I'm going to place a line from right here where this curved street, Mill Street, intersects. Well, let's do it here where the outlet road intersects. So I'm going to start right there. What the heck is going on? If I place a smart line right there, and we'll just drag it down like that. All right, so that's going to be where this sheet gets moved to, but let's turn this off. And turn this guy back on. We'll set its highlight mode to just the boundary if you want. And we're going to move it from, and it was the, up here. There we go. It was from here
Mhm.
to, we'll put it down here so now I can go back and grab it. There. Okay. Now I'm going to take the, oh, this isn't even the, we still got something missing. We're still way too big on our thing here. Not 600, it's, to be 100 scale, and it's at 1 inch equals 250. We want it to be, so that's 10 times 12 is 120, so that should be 1200. There we go. Now let's move. That guy from there.
To the end of the line.
Yep. There. Now I'm happy. Now we need to put the rotation in to match theirs. So back to this, turn this back on. So, oh yeah, there we go. So now in our reference list, we're going to rotate about this point. We're going to do it by points, not by angles. All right, so we're going to go from there to its, let's find this station designation, 475. So holding it down up there, now we need to rotate this into right in there. Perfect. Now, what do we need to do? We don't need, we don't need this thing anymore. I don't think, but for now we'll leave it, just turn it off. And we're going to all right, so that'll be the scale we'll use. We'll put the legend and do all this stuff over here. And we're going to, we got the type, we're going to freeze off the curve data. We'll set, I'll leave all those designations. Do we have the center baselines labeled? We do, yes, okay. We'll probably freeze off this. We'll do the same for that, for those. We need to set its All right, so our map 1-to-1, that's good to go now, good to go, good to know. Those up there are the right size, but these sizes have too small, but I don't want to resize them. Boy, oh boy. See, what I'm what I'm looking at, let me do this. Set these to a global freeze. That is on reference clip boundary. I think that's also reference clip boundary. So on here, reference clip boundary, they go away. Property lines, which were level 8, property level 9. So 8 and 9. So 8 and 9. Ooh, that's the problem. See, that's also that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But it might be, let's see, this is on existing property. This is on existing right of way. Okay, so we'll put 8 back on and we'll go to the existing property and do 8 and 9. We're going to come back to that reference clip boundary and turn that back on, but go to the individual sheets. No, I guess we have to do it at that level. Reference clip boundary. All right. Now we've got this, which is proposed geometry level curve data. So in our proposed geometry curve data, didn't need that. I don't need these, I don't think. There's proposed geometry, and that's called alignment 0 text, but so is this, I think. No, that's level 31. All right. Alignment 0 text. Let's see what goes away. It's just the bearings. All right, so good for that. We'll take this reference, we'll turn it off, as well as the borehole references. So we'll do that with our attachment dialog. We'll open this guy up here. And in plan sheets, we do not need, actually, we could have just done the property like this. We could have just turned it off. Wait a minute, let's see, something else went away. If I turn that off. Huh. That's existing, oh, existing right away. Sorry, it's existing property. Yeah, so instead of freezing those levels, I could have just turned that. That's what I should have done. My apologies. All right, so we got all of that. We got the other stuff, but it's this, there's this one here called proposed right there. And that is all of that shading and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if we turn that off, we're going to just see like that. And I think we do need the heavier line work. Okay. So this is on level. If I can get this to tell me what it is. That particular file is corrupt and I can't figure out what's going on, but it shows me it's on C full depth. All right. So back to global freeze, open this up on the file called proposed. C full depth. All right, so that get rid of that. And this should be on level 1. That's C curb. I think we need the curb lines. Oh, yep, we need the curbs. Okay, I think we're getting closing in on it here. And then finally, I'm going to go back to our where was our reference clip? Right there. I'm going to put that back on because I need that to show the little sheet boundaries here. So I'm going to take this, which is a cell, and I'll copy it from there over to here. Let me work on it because they've got it too skinny as far as that goes. The line is 0. It's on G anode text. Let's make it first of all, let's look at it again. It is by level. So G anode text, I don't want to change the whole text layer, but I'm going to make a level called GNO. Sheet flags, we'll call it just like they called the name of the cell. And that's going to be a 2 designator. And good to go. So why does it not? Oh, duh. Level. Sheet flags. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. All right. Now, these being the clips, I need to copy this from here to here. Is that right? Take that by points from there to there up to there. All right. So there's one clip boundary. Now, if we look at the I-81, this is probably or maybe why this is urban. They've got their sheet. See, I think they've got these in here just sort of arbitrarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They're
they're not
not-
following nothing.
not
Looks like
on
to
the
me.
clip. They're not on the clip, but that's
No.
like right at the PI at 480. So it's like right up here. So it looks like what they did was this. They went from this edge up to this edge, from this edge up to this edge. And then bisected that. So if we go from here, let me see, there's a construct bisector, enter end point of angle leg here, enter angle vertex. No, all right. Try it again, do it again. So for the leg, that's the angle vertex is here. Ah, there we go. All right, so that's the one line. So the next line is going to be, see if I can do this without these others. If I say, all right, enter the endpoint of the angle leg here, the vertex, let's just click somewhere in between. And there. Now, did we actually bisect those angles?
Are the black bars the joints for the lines, for the pages?
Yeah. So what it looks like they did, because they have overlap in their sheets,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to see if that indeed was the same deal. So I want to see if this is going like this. If I go from there and I have a angle here now to get the bisector, well, it was close. So I guess we're going to still need to do them with these. I can get rid of this one now. I don't need it anymore. And so now, so that's the 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4 is going to be in here. So I'm going to have and I think they are the same orientation. Yeah, they are. So that sheet is going to be halfway between here and here. Now I'm going to show you something with AccuDraw that's sort of cool. So if I want to start a line that is going to start midway between these two edges here,
Mm-hmm.
we'll place a line. I'm just going to start here in the middle, but I'm going to go OA. That's my origin. Okay. I'm going to RE to rotate to the element, click that element. Now it's locked there. And now I'm going to go here to this designation of this intersect. And while that's lit up, I'm not clicking, I'm saying divide by 2.
Okay.
So that's now midway between those 2 points. Now I'll rotate to that element again, lock it on that axis, and bring it down like this. Okay, so now we know where those are going to go sheet-wise, where these are going to go sheet-wise. And we need to guess, I guess, put them somehow happily in the midpoint. One thing I want to check was the I-81. That's a 200 scale, so I don't think that size is necessarily governed by anything. And they're putting them right as they cross the center line. There we go. So this is going to go move from its midpoint to the intersection of this line right there. And we might as well move this from its midpoint to this intersection. And we will move, no, we'll just copy it rather from its midpoint to the intersection of our third one here, right up here. There we go. Now, did we get enough of them? We've got sheet number, whatever it is, 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's good. We can get rid of these. No, we can't, not yet. We need to rotate this guy. So this is going to rotate from there to there, there. This one is going to rotate from its midpoint, referencing this point, which needs to line up in the same direction as that point. And then finally, this guy will rotate from its midpoint there, here, to here. Now, I know you might look at all this and say, wow, this is extremely complicated and all this kind of crap. And, you know, we can't make any money doing this kind of stuff. Well, here's the problem. Different companies put these things in differently. And so we don't know. If we worked for Urban Engineers, that stuff would be a simple matter of just pop, pop, pop. And
Right.
it might read something, you know, set it up for us automatically. All right. So now we got that done. So we no longer need that. Now we need these sheet designations that we'll put over here. And I've got to figure out what I'm going to do about this text size. Because see, let me just copy this as a piece of text. Okay, so it's now a piece of text. I look at it here and it's a 32nd of an inch tall. Well, in PennDOT regs, that's supposed to be 1/8 of an inch tall. So it really, those things should be this size. Okay. That should be our station designation. And if you look at these, you see they're big enough to read at this scale. Now, this scale is 100 scale. That's theirs. So see, it really would have been nice if they'd given us that, or if when we go back and set, like I've had to make, so if you look at the original, you see it says down here, is annotation? No, that's false.
Mhm.
But if I were to activate that, and that's in proposed geometry, and this is the way really all of the text in all of these files should always be annotated so that it responds. So if I take, let's just do 2 for illustration purposes for now. I can't take all of it because some of them could blow up giant.
Okay.
So they're saying height of 3, width of 2. But if I say that, yeah, they are annotation. Yes, they are. But see now 3 and 2, that's 3 feet and
Oh,
2.
wow.
But their size should be 1/8 of an inch. And let's put this in terms of a slightly compressed, so we'll say a 3/32. No. 3/32 of an inch, which needs to be, that's a subunit, I think, an eighth. And 3/32. And that's as long as I made. I didn't. All right, let's see. No, I'm in that file. Let me go backstage. And instead of master unit, survey feet and survey feet, let's make that survey inches. And let's make this master unit survey. Well, I don't need to change that. Okay, there's that. Save settings. Come back now. Let's get this. This one and this one. There we go. Now, so here it should be 0.125. And this should be 0.1, let's say. All right, so now you see how that is a lot closer. So if this was an eighth,
Mhm.
if we deactivate and make this an eighth, and 1/8 in the width of 3/32. Now, if I move that from there to there, you see it's the same, right?
Mhm.
All right, so that's what I would need to have to go and do to all of the text in that file, make it all annotative and reset all the sizes. That's why I
Mm.
didn't. But good Lord, why can't other people do their job right? And I can also tell, like this paid parking lot,
Mhm.
see that's got a line style called edge line. And I see that it's not, the line styling is not, that's on layer level 4. So this is proposed. No, that is on topo.
Yeah, I was under the impression that CAD standards, that's what that did, was the CAD standards makes everybody use the same thing.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't
Well,
you?
I
So
guess not.
level 4 should be. All right, so that is specifically edge line. It's on level 4. Under topo. Edge line. All right, that's not changing that. Let's see why not. Go back to activate this. I don't want to have to change it. See, it's specifically edge line. That's okay. And it's line style parameters 1. That's fine. All right. So, but here's what's going on here under this references is if I look at this and I find that one that's called that's called topo, which is probably close to the top here, topo. Now, that should be, see, I should be able to change that button right there. That's the annotative.
Mm-hmm.
So scale everything by annotative scaling. And right now it's well, it shows that it's on, but the line scale's not working here. this one is type existing, so edge line, so I may have to come here and choose import from a resource file. This is that's Dewberry. Let's go to our 118, which is here, and go back to here, space, projects, symbology. Now, which one of these is it? MPT English, that's text, I think, temporary. Urban line style, let's see if we use that. Now we're looking for edge line, E. None in that one, but in PA style, E. That's not in that one either. These are not, well, I guess that one is. Let's see. Nothing there. And this is a font, so there's nothing in there, so that's not. All right, so if we import, I doubt it's in temporary. Nope. Rumble, swip, swale with pipe. Import. That was temporary. Here's traffic, probably not. Nope. And I'll go look at them all. We did urban already. There's V8I. Goes from C to S, so that's not in there either. All right, so it didn't get it on any of those, but if I go and look at this from where I have mine, there is the edge line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you re-import it, that should show up. That is edge line. See, and it found it anyway, so it should have said parentheses not found if it couldn't find it.
Right.
But sometimes because of the scaling issue, you got to go back here and find that again. We'll find that edge line again.
Edge line right there. Yep.
And see, it was not read the last time, so it was like it didn't exist in this file. But now we have to put this in at a cosmetic scale. Oh, Lord, let me see. Let's see if that did it. Nope.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, Ken.
Yeah. All right.
I know
Fact-
you said you had to go too, so
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I think what we're going to do is because this is some of the cosmetic crap I got to clean up. Let me work on this. Let me not hold you up any longer.
okay.
We obviously are not getting done today, but I'm going to go ahead and finish up everything. And then we'll review what I did tomorrow morning.
Okay. Sounds good.
So you can see it, but you've got a good bunch of practice under your
Mhm.
fingers. So I don't want to hold you up on anything any further, let you get back to your stuff. I'll wrap this up because I can go through it pretty quickly without
Okay.
having to stop to explain it all. And I'll send you a link in the morning.
All right, young man, you have a nice night. Thank you for your expertise and your
You
help.
do the very same. I will do what now? I'm going to stop the share. There we go. And now I can
Stop the
end.
recording.